Testing 1, 2. Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
Recording in progress. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are running a little late, but I'm sure we can do our best to catch up and end on time tonight. So with that, I'll turn to Angela. So start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we are coming back with agenda item F3. This is the Queets Spring Summer Rebuilding Plan Final. Just a reminder that the Queets River Natural Spring Summer Chinook was declared overfished in November of 2023. And so the Salmon Fishery Management Plan requires that a rebuilding plan be developed and the plan be proposed by the Salmon technical team for the council to consider within 1 year and for NIMS to implement it within 2. The STT has worked collaboratively with the tribal, state, and federal entities to develop this rebuilding plan. And the council received your first initial progress report at your June meeting of this year and a report on the full rebuilding plan draft in September of 2024. At that meeting, you adopted a preliminary preferred alternative of no action. And just a reminder, this is a very data limited stock. So there was surrogate stocks used from nearby coastal streams to estimate the ocean harvest for this. And it was determined that the North of Falcon non-tribal fisheries have little impact on the stock, and completely closing these fisheries would have little to no impact on rebuilding. That is suggesting that poor environmental conditions are really what have driven this stock to decline. And so since that September meeting, all that has really been updated in this rebuilding plan is there's been some additional social and economic impact analysis conducted for Appendix C, looking at revenue for these North of Falcon non-tribal fisheries. And there's been no other significant changes to the document. Given that we won't be having the STT go through their full report that they provided in September again, but they are on standby if the council does have any questions for them. And under this agenda item, you should adopt the final rebuilding plan for recommendation to NIMS. And prior to implementation, this plan will go through the federal notice and rulemaking comment process. So your action today is to review the draft rebuilding plan and updated socioeconomic impact analysis, identify the final preferred alternative, and adopt the rebuilding plan with the FPA for recommendations to NIMS. You have no supplemental reports under this agenda item, and there is one public comment signed up.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Questions on her overview? All right. With that, we don't have anything no reports. We have a socioeconomic impact analysis has been done, so open the floor for discussion. Oh, that's right. Okay, public comment. Okay, we have one, Shaylee Heller. Shaylee, are you there? She was there earlier. I see you unmuted, Shaylee. Shaylee, your hand's up. I said, Shaylee, are you there? Oh, there you. Okay, you're speaking, but we're not hearing anything. You muted, then unmuted, and I saw your microphone indicated you were saying something, but we're not hearing it. Did we lose her? Okay. Well, okay. Chris, are we done? Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, we can't get her back on. All right. Well, okay. All right. That takes us to council action, just before you. So open the floor up for discussion. Anybody has any questions for the STT on the economic analysis? Motion? Kyle Addicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion.
Okay.
I move that the council adopt the Queets Spring Summer Chinook Rebuilding Plan Analysis as presented in Agenda Item F3, Attachment 1 as final. Adopt Recommendation 1, confirming the default rebuild criterion from the Fishery Management Plan, and adopt Recommendation 2, Alternative 1, Status Quo, as the preferred management strategy alternative for recommendation to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce.
Thank you, Kyle. Is the language on the screen accurate?
It is.
Seconded by Butch Smith. Thank you, Butch. Okay. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. While the need for this rebuilding plan was triggered by low abundances that led to overfish status for the stock, the plan highlights that a combination of poor ocean survival conditions and subsequent low escapements, coupled with poor freshwater conditions that negatively affected spawning and rearing success, drove the stocks to low abundance levels that triggered that overfish status. Freshwater fishery impacts to the stock have been extremely low for decades, while marine impacts are more difficult to assess due to data limitations. Under assumptions made for analyzing rebuilding times, closure of non-treaty North of Falcon salmon fisheries showed no discernible difference from status quo, while such a closure would have enormous impact on coastal fisheries, communities, and economies. There are a number of co-manager recommendations in the plan. WDFW and the Quinault Nation will continue to engage, as they have in the past, to prioritize and address habitat actions in the basin to improve productivity for Chinook and coho stocks. Co-manager staff will continue to try to address data uncertainty and improve understanding of impact of marine fisheries throughout the range of the stock, and will engage in appropriate domestic and international processes if and when appropriate. This attempt to improve data for the stock is also supported by the STT recommendation to investigate the feasibility of improving data on the stock, which could eventually support reevaluating reference points for the stock. Back in September, we heard some from the SSC that the economic analysis needed some work. That work happened and has been incorporated into this final document. Thanks to all of those that worked on that over the past couple of months. And finally, thanks to the Quinault Indian Nation staff and WDFW staff for their work on this plan, as well as to the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, Salmon Technical Team, and Council staff who contributed to the plan and to the process to get us to the finish line today with the final plan here for adoption.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? I'm liking the way this is going. Ooh. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No discussion. I just want to extend NIMS's appreciation and gratitude for the great collaboration that happened. It was a real example of working with some really difficult data limited situations and getting the work done in a really compressed time period. So it took everybody working together to do that. And I just wanted to express NIMS's appreciation for that happening.
Thank you, Susan. All right. Rebecca, Lynn?
Thank you, Chair. I would just add to that data limited situation for the social, community, and economic analysis. It's always difficult to figure out how this is going to impact communities if we don't have a good picture of those communities. What are the other sources of income when the fisheries shut down? What about other fisheries? Is it other industries? It'd be nice to know a little bit more about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? I'm not seeing any hands. Seeing that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Turn to Angela. So how are we doing here? Anything else we need to address?
No, you adopted the final rebuilding plan with your FPA and have transmitted it. So your work here on this agenda item is complete.
All right, wonderful. Great job, everyone. We'll move to F4 and back to you, Angela.
All right, this is agenda item F4, the final 2025 preseason management schedule. In order to plan, announce, and meet the federal register deadlines for the public hearing sites and entire preseason salmon management process, we do need to confirm the details for the process by the end of November. And so the proposed process and schedule for 2025 are included as attachment 1 to this agenda item. We do want to note that this proposed schedule is tentative to change and that our web page will be updated as and should be referenced to keep up to date with any potential changes to that. And for the 2025 salmon public hearings, council staff does recommend holding one hearing in each coastal state to discuss salmon management alternatives, as has been done in the past. And what staff are proposing is a public hearing in Westport, Washington on March 24th and an online hearing for Oregon on that same evening. And then on Tuesday, March 25th, an in-person hearing in Santa Rosa, California. In recent years, the hearings in Westport and Santa Rosa have been well attended, and there seems to be general support for maintaining those venues in the future years. In the past, the Oregon hearings have been held in the Coos Bay area or online, and the online format has been able to increase accessibility, although we do recognize that there's also value in holding these meetings in person. So what we're recommending is the Oregon hearing be held in person every third year, and that location could rotate, with the first in-person hearing for that rotation starting with next year's Oregon hearing. And also in 2025, we have our March and April council meetings scheduled for Vancouver, Washington and San Jose, California. And public comment periods regarding the tentative adoption of management measures for analysis at the April council meeting may also serve as a public comment opportunity. So if the states do desire to have additional hearings, state staff suggests that states organize and staff them themselves, as was done in past years, if there's any additional hearings beyond these 3 that are being proposed. The situation summary does also include a table of locations from 2025 forward of where these hearings have taken place. Note that in 2020 through 2022, all of those hearings were held online. And then we have this Oregon online row to indicate last year's online Oregon meeting. So council action under this agenda item is to confirm the council staffed hearing sites and state intentions for any additional public hearings that you may be thinking about hosting, and approve staff's overall proposed schedule and process for developing the 2025 ocean salmon management measures. You do have reports from both the STT and the SAS under this agenda item, and no one signed up for public comment.
Thank you, Angela. Questions for Angela? All right. Thank you. With that, we'll go to John Kerry and the STT report. John, I got to ask you, are you a doctor? Okay, I didn't mess up then. All right, I'm feeling good. Welcome.
Just a mister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll be reading from agenda item F4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, Salmon Technical Team Report on a reporting error for 2 Chinook stocks. The STT wishes to inform the council of some errors in reporting management reference points for 2 Chinook stocks in the annual review and preseason documents. These reporting errors consist of, for the Southern Oregon coastal Chinook stock, the MFMT is incorrectly reported as 78% when the correct value is 54%. And for the Grays Harbor Fall Chinook stock, the MFMT is incorrectly reported as 78% when the correct value is 63%. And the MSST is incorrectly reported as 5,694 when the correct value is 6,663. So for some background, as part of the 2014 salmon methodology review process, the STT and SSC reviewed updated spawner recruit analyses and associated management reference points for the Southern Oregon coastal and Grays Harbor Fall Chinook stocks. The STT and SSC determined that the updated analyses represented the best scientific information available, and the council adopted the proposed management reference points, including the conservation objective, SMSY, MSST, and MFMT. And there's a table provided here that details these values for each stock. These updated reference points were transmitted to the National Marine Fisheries Service, and a final rule was published in April 2015. Because these changes didn't require an amendment to the FMP was not immediately updated. So when it comes to status of current STT documents and the FMP, these updated reference points have been inconsistently updated in the relevant text and tables of the review document in the preseason reports. An initial review of the most current version of each of these reports indicates that some of the reference points are still outdated in key tables. Specifically in Table 2.6 of the review document, Table V4 and A1 of Preseason Report 1, and Table 12 in the Preseason Report 3. The following corrections need to be made. The MFMT for Southern Oregon Coastal Chinook needs to be corrected to 54% from 78%. The MSST for Grays Harbor Fall Chinook needs to be corrected to 6,663 from 5,694. And the MFMT for Grays Harbor Fall Chinook needs to be corrected to 63% from 78%. Amendment 20 to the FMP published in April 2021 updated Table 3.1 to reflect these new values, except the MFMT for Southern Oregon Coastal Chinook was accidentally overlooked and not included in that amendment process. This value should be updated at the earliest opportunity to reflect the correct MFMT for the Southern Oregon Coastal Chinook stock. With regards to implications of these errors, for the Southern Oregon MFMT, there are no implications as there currently are no pre or post-season exploitation rate estimates available for this stock to compare against the MFMT. For the Grays Harbor MSST, there are no implications as the 3-year geometric mean of spawning escapement for this stock has consistently been above both values since the update. For the Grays Harbor MFMT, however, unfortunately, there are implications to this error. The stock should have been flagged as subject to overfishing in past years, but it was not. In the 9 years since the new reference points were adopted in 2015, the most current fishery mortality rate available has always been below the outdated MFMT of 78%. However, in 4 of those years, which were 2016, 2021, 2022, and 2024, and just a note that those are references to the years that the reports were published so that the actual fishing years were lagged a couple of years. The MFMT was greater than the correct value of 63%. This means that there were 4 instances where the stock should have been identified by the STT as having met the criteria for being subject to overfishing, but was not. So moving forward, the STT very much regrets these oversights, and we intend to conduct a thorough review of the review document and all the preseason reports during the 2025 planning cycle to ensure that all of the reference points reflect the correct values. And that concludes the statement.
Thank you, John. Questions on the STT report? All right, you're getting off easy today. Thank you.
Take that. Thank you.
You bet. Next up will be the SAS report and Richard Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. For the record, Richard Heath, Chairman of the SAS. I'll be reading from agenda item F4A, the supplemental SAS Report 1, Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on the final 2025 preseason management schedule. The Salmon Advisory Panel reviewed the options proposed for the 2025 public salmon hearings presented in the situation summary for this agenda. The SAS recommends adopting the option that provides for in-person hearings for Westport, Washington, and Santa Rosa, California on March 24th and March 25th of 2025. The Oregon hearing is proposed to be held online on March 24th. The SAS recommends that this be in person in 2025 and in all future years, with the 2025 meeting held in Newport, Oregon. In-person meetings are more productive and will allow for industry members and the public to engage with representatives from the federal agencies and the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. The strength of the council process is engaging directly with decision makers and the various subject matter experts. These salmon hearings in each state provide that opportunity, and it is unique to the salmon setting process.
All right, thank you, Richard. Questions on the SAS report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. And Richard, this is your last report you're going to read to the council, right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, it's been always good to see you in a meeting because we never see each other in our hometown. So
That's true.
we got to figure out something different in the future. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that concludes our reports. Takes us to public comment. I don't see any from here. All right, we have a goose egg. All right. All right, with that, we'll open the floor for council discussion. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say that I'm supportive of having the in-person hearing in Westport. It has been very popular with the coastal community out there and well attended over the years. And we will have staff available for it. As normal, WDFW will be scheduling a series of public meetings, both in hybrid and virtual, starting in late February, going into early April, that coincides with the council March-April process to plan our inside fisheries, as well as a series of co-manager meetings with the Western Washington tribes. Same idea of moving our inside fisheries along as we move towards final ocean fisheries.
Thank you, Kyle. Look at the John in Oregon.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think having a meeting on March 24th for Oregon will work. We had planned on online. That was kind of based on last year we kind of polled folks that testified to get their input on online versus in person. It was a little bit majority towards online, but it sounds like now there's a little more interest in person. I think we're capable of accommodating that on that same date. There could be challenges with coverage for council staff or maybe Coast Guard, but we've had that before. So I'm open to that. And we'll have our own state meeting in late February for also in Newport.
Thank you, John. Turn to California, Marcy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to voice support for the plan for a California hearing in Santa Rosa, as identified in the SITSUM. That venue has worked well for us. Folks have expressed desire to have the meeting in person, and we are happy to help support it. Santa Rosa is a great location for us and fairly easy to get to, or as easy as can be given the size of our state. So folks have kind of resonated around this location, which is great. We too will be hosting a salmon informational meeting that week of February 24th. I don't have any specifics yet as to location or the precise date, but we will make sure that that information is shared with our SAS reps and others in the council family, and we'll be doing our normal outreach for that meeting here, getting underway shortly. I did want to thank the STT for their report on the technical corrections and the reporting errors that they've identified. I just want to note that I really like the transparency of having this as a standalone document and available for us as an informational item here before we get to the preseason process. And just want to thank them for their identified steps forward and their intent to conduct a thorough review of the documents and ensure that the reference points reflect the correct values. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. It does turn out we did have one public comment that's slipped in underneath right before the wire. So with that, we're going to go to Brian McLaughlin. And so no decision's been made yet. So there's tensions. But Brian, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, apologize for not catching you were there.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I thank the council for the opportunity to comment. I did get under the wire because I didn't know this issue would come up. I want to just say I adamantly oppose holding the Oregon meeting in person if there is not an online option to provide comments. I've noted in past years that a number of people have been able to attend that otherwise would not have been able to attend and provide comments had it been in person. For me, it's a multi-hour drive to Newport. And, in the evening in the rain, when you got to pick up kids from school, it's just not feasible. And I think it's very valuable to have these meetings where people can attend. You know, there's people that fish the coast from all over the place, not just on the coast. So I'm very disappointed to see the Salmon Advisory Subpanel try to do this. And I think it reflects a poor culture where you try to limit the people and their comments that want to be made. I think everything should be held with a remote option so that you can get the most people to participate that we can in this process. So anyway, that's my comments. Thank you for hearing them.
Thank you, Brian. Questions for Brian on his testimony? Okay. All right. Thank you, Brian. All right. That concludes public comment and takes us to council action, which is before you. So I guess we've already told what we're planning on doing. So I think we're good there. Oh, Susan Bishop.
I just wanted to follow up on Marcy's comment that she made, if that's okay. So I just wanted to make it, let folks know that from NIMS's perspective, there isn't anything more that needs to be done in terms of the correction of the error. So it is corrected. It will be reported going forward. And we will address whatever needs to be done at that time with the council. So I don't see benefit in going backwards. From what I understand from the STT, all the fisheries that impact the stock are done for the year. And so there's no real further action that could be taken. And the preliminary information that we have indicates that the stock would not be overfished or not be subject to overfishing next year. So moving forward, it's something NIMS endorses. We don't see anything additional that would need to be done.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. All right. Well, we did have to go to public comment after we had given our management schedules for the state. So I'll turn to everybody here if they want to comment on it or anything to change, or if you're good with what they put out. Okay. All right. And Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I just ask for some clarification on where we landed with Oregon, if that's...
John?
And if I might, Chair, I was going to ask council staff are we still no longer capable of doing a hybrid meeting?
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you, Mr. North. These are very staff intensive meetings already. And I think the added layer of trying to make them hybrid is not something that we can support at this time. But if there is a request for the Oregon meeting to be held in person, we could look at potentially doing that on either the Monday or the Tuesday if that ended up working better for staffing, or keep with it online as proposed.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just building off of what Angela's covering here, we found that over time, the technology improves, the bandwidth at very remote hotels improves, and the speaker systems get smaller and more packable. And so never say never. This year, it's hard, or this coming year, it's hard to imagine someone doing that in Newport, but maybe not too much longer. Maybe it becomes a more realistic possibility. So we'll keep working on it, and maybe we'll get there.
John?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burden. I think our problem in Oregon has always been sandwiched in between the states, and a hybrid option, I think, would solve all of our problems. But, last year we did kind of poll a relatively small number of folks that testified, but there was more than half that preferred online. So that was how we came to the decision for this year to keep it online. So I think we might go with the current path and do the same poll again and maybe work towards a hybrid where we could have both options. That would really help us out. But, shift to in person with a online option, but for this year, just online.
Okay, thank you, John. Sharon Kiefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is really more just a curiosity question about the process. So in addition to these meetings, does the council also just accept written comment, much as you do for your normal council meetings?
Thank you, Mrs. Keeper. Yes, so this is also on the agenda as in the March and April meeting. So that's when we would be accepting written comments.
Okay, anyone else? Angela, back to you. How are we doing?
Right. Thank you very much. You have adopted the management schedule and provided guidance for our hearings in March 2025. So your work on this agenda item is complete.
Okay, well, we're doing quite well this afternoon. It's been a good lunch. With that, we'll go to F5. So Angela, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. This is agenda item F5, the Klamath River Fall Chinook Work Group Progress Report and Recommendations. So in June of 2023, the council did form this ad hoc Klamath River Fall Chinook Work Group. And one of the main purposes of this work group was to provide technical data for you to consider that would assist in developing interim management measures or a management framework to benefit Klamath River Fall Chinook as they respond to the changing conditions due to dam removal. And so this work group is guided by some terms of reference and general timelines that have been helping the work group move through their tasks. In March 2024, you received a range of options to consider for offering additional protections for Klamath River Fall Chinook, given their current status as overfished and the impacts to the in-river environment following dam removal. And for last year, you did decide to apply a 20% buffer to the maximum exploitation rate allowed under the 2024 Salmon Fishery Management Plan. But you did opt to only adopt this buffer for last year or 2024 season, noting that the degree and magnitude of the changing conditions will help inform the need for any additional buffers in future years. So in March 2024, since March 2024, the work group has met 5 times and continued to develop about 4 options of interim alternative management strategies for Klamath River Fall Chinook. And the report under this agenda item does describe those for council consideration. And there's also a section on monitoring needs and recommendations. The council is scheduled to receive your next report from the work group in June 2025. And in March 2025, you're anticipated to adopt for public review the 3 alternatives for the 2025 salmon season. So as alternatives are being developed, the management measures for all salmon stocks are part of that analysis when determining if conservation objectives and other requirements are being met. Therefore, it would be prudent for the council to discuss and recommend any additional precautionary measures that should be considered for Klamath River Fall Chinook for the 2025 ocean salmon fisheries at this meeting. Your action today is to discuss the interim management options and recommendations from the work group's report, to recommend additional precautionary measures for Klamath River Fall Chinook for implementation in 2025 as appropriate, and to provide any additional guidance or direction to the work group as appropriate. You will be receiving a presentation from the Klamath River Work Group. There is a number of supplemental reports from the tribes as well as from the STT and the SAS under this agenda item, and 1 individual signed up for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Question on Angela's overview? All right, we'll get to it here. Turn to the work group report and Dr. Michael Farrell. Welcome, Dr. Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. Before I begin here, intention was to have Brett Kormos, Vice Chair, calling in and co-presenting with me on this, and just want to make sure that Brett's online.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members, and Mike, I am here. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you fine, Brett. I'm going to get going here and I'll pass it off to you here shortly. Okay, I'll be referring to agenda item F5A, Klamath River Work Group presentation number 1. This first slide is just it lays out the participants in the working group. And going to the next slide, I'm going to hand this over to Brett to give a little overview of the fish situation in the Klamath Basin following dam removal.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yes, there is a fair amount of encouraging and good news as it relates to salmon spawning migration in the Klamath River above the former site of Iron Gate Dam. If memory serves, this picture here is of a Chinook salmon in Jenny Creek, which is in the former reservoir footprint of Iron Gate Reservoir itself. It's maybe important and interesting to point out that this photo was actually taken in the reservoir footprint, not upstream and outside of where the reservoir shoreline or boundary once was. So there are fish in the hundreds spawning and migrating through Jenny Creek at this point in time. There are also fish distributed throughout the upper basin above this, the confluence of Jenny Creek and the main stem of the Klamath River. So there are fish distributed and making red spawning in the main stem Klamath River in California. The same can be said for fish in the main stem of the Klamath as it makes its way up into Oregon. There are fish migrating into and spawning in Shovel Creek in California in the hundreds. There are also fish in Spencer Creek in Oregon for the first time in over 100 years. And we also have confirmation of fish making their way up the ladder at Keno Dam. So there are fish spread out throughout the system above the former Iron Gate Dam site and also above a number of the other dams that have been removed as a part of this historic dam removal and restoration project. So I think it's something to be celebrated, and I hope everyone is encouraged by these early results and looking towards the future with some hope and some excitement. I'll hand it back over to you there, Mike.
Okay, thanks, Brett. All right. Just provide a little bit of background here. In March of 2024, the work group provided a report outlining 8 alternative management options for council consideration. Ultimately, the council adopted a 22% buffer to the allowable exploitation rate in 2024. And the allowable exploitation rate was reduced from 25% to 20%. And the plot below the text in the screen there, the red line would be the buffered control rule that was adopted by the council last year. Okay, next slide, please. We're going to talk a little bit about the work since March 2024. We have been looking at developing new interim management options. And here we're going to be assessing the benefits, challenges, necessary next steps for these different options available to us. Note that some alternatives may not be ready for implementation in 2025 fisheries. Next slide, please. Okay, the first alternative here, or maybe alternative isn't the right word, option. I can never get those straight. Is what we did last year, the current harvest control rule with a range of buffers. The benefits of this is it's readily implementable. It's similar to what the council has done in recent years, and it is the approach that was used last year. As far as considerations and challenges, selecting a targeted action that will result in some particular outcome might be hard to do given the uncertainty around the habitat around after the upstream of the dams. And just overall, time of change within the upper Klamath Basin. And our next steps and timelines is pretty simple. The approach does not require any further work from the working group. And if selected for use in 2025 fisheries, the council would need to specify the buffer either now or in March of 2025. And next slide. Okay, thank you. The second alternative that we've been discussing is a sub-basin management approach. This is separate management of the Trinity and Klamath substocks. There's a map on the right-hand side there of the Klamath Basin, and the Trinity River is in the sort of southern part of that map, for those who are not familiar with the area. The potential benefits of this are increased protection for spawners that are most likely to contribute to the repopulation of the upper Klamath River, while not constraining fisheries on stocks which are unlikely to contribute to repopulation. And in that case, we're referring to the Trinity River. Considerations and challenges of this. One, we haven't made an assessment of whether data are sufficient for more assessment stratification. For example, will we get enough coda wire tags if we split the basin into two? Cohort reconstruction model for the balance of Klamath, the Klamath Basin would need to be modified to accommodate the two sub-basins. There would need to be modification of existing or development of new harvest models. And the work group does not have the expertise or capacity to develop and or implement all of this sub-basin management. The additional considerations and challenges with this, there's some members of the working group that believes that added granularity to stock assessments would not address the management challenges associated with dam removal and the addition of the new habitat. In addition to new habitat, other members believe adding conservation benefit to one subbasin, the Klamath, while not reducing harvest opportunity in another, the Trinity, could strike a balance between the harvest opportunity and conservation. So the last slide here on the subbasin approach, what are the necessary next steps? We'd have to develop separate cohort reconstruction for Klamath independent of the Trinity, which will include review and adoption of Trinity cohort reconstruction that is not currently being developed to inform management. We'd have to develop separate stock recruit relationships for both subbasins. We'd have to develop separate harvest control rules for each subbasin. We'd have to evaluate data sufficiency to inform management of the two independent stocks, for example, coda wire tag data by time area strata and contact rate estimation. Modifications of existing or development of new harvest models will need to take place, and there may need to be an FMP amendment ultimately. So the request from the work groups and council is the work group requests the council provides guidance on whether it is appropriate for this work group to continue to explore the sub-basin management approach as described above. And at this point, going on to habitat-based approaches, I'm going to turn it over to Brett.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So something the work group has been considering for some time is the potential for using a habitat-based approach to inform or understand how many fish adults we should be planning fisheries around in order to achieve some specific escapement in the Klamath River above the former site of Iron Gate Dam. The benefits that have been identified is that it could provide estimates of capacity for that available habitat, and it could allow for estimates of the production potential of that habitat, which ultimately could be used to inform the management process. The challenges associated with that for the work group is that we don't have the expertise among us to develop and implement a habitat-based approach or model. Regarding necessary next steps, the work group is encouraging the initiation of a thorough analysis of habitat quantity and quality in the newly available reaches in the near future, but notes that the work group isn't able to do that work itself. And ultimately, we would look to the council to provide guidance on whether it's appropriate for the work group to continue to explore this approach as described above. Next slide, please. An additional approach that the work group is in I'd say the early stages of exploration on is maybe loosely termed a matrix-based approach. Ultimately, this would be another way to derive a buffer against the maximum exploitation rate for the stock. However, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be quite as arbitrary in terms of selecting an appropriate buffer as the approach that was used last year. Rather, it would be derived from an array of area-specific and life history-specific metrics. On the screen here, you see one conceptual matrix for the purposes of illustration or example, where there are a variety of metrics in that large box that you see in the middle of the screen. Each with a corresponding score. And each one of those, all of those scores would be summed to ultimately arrive at some, to a score that would relate to some specific exploitation rate buffer. Ultimately, the scale from a low buffer or no buffer to a higher buffer would be related to how well the stock is doing in the area of restoration or in terms of fish that have been produced there and are making their way down through the river and out into the ocean and back. And so just to kind of help orient you as to what we have now, again, for conceptual purposes, this matrix is composed of 5 components. On the far left-hand side of your screen, we have the total natural area adult escapement above Iron Gate. Those values that you see there are essentially derived from historical data from the Klamath racks, which essentially was a fish trap near the former Iron Gate Dam site that enumerated fish that were ultimately destined for points further upstream. And that 10,000 number that would equate to a perfect score of 10 is roughly the average number of adults that were trapped there at that time. Moving from left to right, you then have the proportion of the natural area Klamath main stem run above Iron Gate or the former dam site. The concept here is centered around the notion that while we want lots of fish to escape above the former Iron Gate Dam site and utilize that habitat for spawning, we don't want to see that happen at the expense of numbers of fish spawning as they always have for these past many decades below the former Iron Gate Dam site. So in other words, we don't want to mine the good habitat below the former dam site in order to facilitate repopulation above. We'd like to see fish spread out across that entire area. And those ratios are representative of what that distribution would be of fish below and above using contemporary data and then that historic data that I referenced just a second ago from the Klamath racks. Again, moving left to right, you have the number of natural origin juveniles that are emigrating or making their way to the ocean from points above the former Iron Gate Dam site. So the purpose here is to understand that while you may get many fish spawning as adults in the river above the former Iron Gate Dam site, that doesn't always lead to large numbers of juveniles emerging and emigrating to the ocean. So we want to make sure we capture the true productivity of progeny from those adults that are utilizing the new habitat. Again, moving from left to right, we have Fall Creek hatchery smolt releases. So there is a hatchery, brand new state-of-the-art hatchery that's been built on Fall Creek to help facilitate repopulation and recovery. And though the ranges of smolts you see there are, from low to high, with the highest scores being at or in excess of what the production targets are going to be for that hatchery for Chinook. And then the last cell that you see on the right there is a hatchery jack to smolt rate, which would essentially serve as a proxy for early ocean survival, in an attempt to understand how the fish that are originating from the area above the former dam site are faring in the ocean and up until age 2, where the vast majority of the mortality occurs for Chinook salmon typically. And then again, that box on the bottom where a 50 represents a perfect score and suggests that the stock is doing extremely well in terms of repopulating the new habitat and having success in spawning and migration. And the low score there of being 10 or less would represent the poorest possible score. The work group has yet to embark on identifying what the appropriate range of buffers might be. Next slide, please. So the benefits of this approach, the data needed for implementation are readily available or will be this spring and every spring thereafter. It's biologically driven and based on empirical data, taking away any or most any arbitrary sort of selection necessary with the prior buffer method employed. There is sufficient expertise present on the work group to see this through. The performance of matrix components is specific to the life history stages of these fish in or originating from the area of restoration and repopulation. So we're very focused in this matrix approach on the area of concern and not expanding our assessment beyond that, leaving that work to be done via the standard harvest control rule and forecasting approaches that we typically utilize. The matrix can be used with the current Klamath River Fall Chinook stock complex approach that we use every year, or it could be incorporated into a Trinity and Klamath specific approach, or the sub-basin approach that we spoke about a little bit ago. And finally, this approach is conceptually similar to other matrices that have been used for other stocks in council management in the past. However, it's not a facsimile. Next slide, please. So there are some considerations and challenges with this, given we're at the early stages of developing this approach. One of those issues identified is that the range of adult escapement above Iron Gate from that historical Klamath on rack data is from a period with different overall productivity and different hatchery and natural origin fractions than what we see in the present day. So how those numbers above relate to what we're seeing now in the past relate to what we're seeing now. They may not be appropriate to compare. As I've mentioned, work remains to be done on identifying what the appropriate range of buffers might be. And then additional components could certainly be considered for inclusion in the matrix. And I think some of those things have been noted in the accompanying report that the work group put out. Next slide, please. For this matrix-based approach, the next steps and timeline would consist of additional refinement of the approach by the work group, assuming we get guidance to do so from the council. And barring any unforeseen delays, the work group anticipates that this approach could be ready for implementation during 2028 fishery planning. What that really means is that the requisite data and accumulation of data that would be needed to utilize this approach as intended, that data would not be available until the fall of 2027 and utilization in the spring of 2028. I do think it's important to note here, though, that this approach is well within the grasp of the work group, and we anticipate that the requisite work that would need to be done to finalize this approach for use, that work could be done as early as the fall of 2025, meaning the work group could essentially call their work done and disband at that point in time, leaving a tool for the council to use once the requisite data become available. So the request here from the work group is to get guidance from the council on whether further development of this approach should be undertaken. Next slide, please. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, questions for SCT on the presentation? Marcy Ripko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michael and Brett, for the presentation. I had a question on slide, I guess it's number 12. This is regarding the matrix-based approach and describing the benefits. I guess it's the fifth bullet down. The note that a matrix can be used with the current Klamath River Fall stock complex approach or with a sub-basin approach. And maybe you can elaborate a little on the application and how that would work.
Mike, I'd be happy to take that if you're inclined to let me do so.
Please go ahead.
Really what that means, Ms. Yaremko, is that an exploitation rate buffer that we would generate using this approach could be applied to either a exploitation rate that is set for the stock complex, as we do year in and year out for Klamath Fall Chinook now, or it could be applied to some future Klamath River Basin specific exploitation rate cap that excludes the Trinity River, because the Trinity River would have its own assessment and its own exploitation rate cap according to its productivity and other reference points associated with that.
Marcy, good.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brett. I guess I was wondering maybe if you wouldn't mind walking us through kind of the nuts and bolts procedurally of how that rate reduction would be applied to Klamath separately, thinking about the preseason process and our and how we work through Klamath Fall modeling and projecting adult river run returns. Maybe you can maybe just step by step talk to us about the nuts and bolts to the extent that you're able to. You may not have given this a whole lot of thought, and that would be understandable. Thanks.
I will do my best, Mr. Remco. I think it's important to note that in order for this approach to be utilized in a sub-basin format, all of that work that we identified under that particular topic early in this presentation would need to be done, right? So ultimately, the Trinity River and the Klamath River would require independent stock recruitment relationship analyses, independent conservation objectives, independent harvest control rules, independent harvest models, et cetera, et cetera. What would preclude our ability to use this approach specific to the Klamath River itself in that sub-basin scenario is that the sub-basin approach and no approach at this point in time has identified what the appropriate stock recruitment relationship is, what the productivity of the stock is on that side of the basin in this new habitat, and ultimately what the exploitation rate cap should be, et cetera, et cetera. But I think most folks are aware that, every spring, the Salmon technical team accumulates escapement data for this stock and others, performs a cohort reconstruction to understand the maturation schedules, contact rates, et cetera, for the stock, ultimately performs a ocean abundance forecast, from which we are able to identify a harvestable surplus and what the maximum allowable exploitation rate would be. This buffer that would be derived from this matrix-based approach would plug in at that same exact time in the preseason process. So while we're accumulating all of that data and performing stock forecasts, we'd be plugging all of the data into this matrix and ultimately generating a score that would with a corresponding buffer. So the harvest control rule would specify a maximum allowable exploitation rate cap. This matrix approach would specify what buffer is appropriate, and the maximum allowable exploitation rate cap derived from the harvest control rule would then be reduced to whatever extent this matrix approach would specify. And we would then plan fisheries accordingly. Hopefully that provides the context you were looking for.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I have two questions, probably both for Mr. Kormos on the matrix-based approach, but I'm just trying to understand under that option, it seems like the various metrics and then scoring would help inform where one should be on the potential ER buffer range, but the range of the buffers is not necessarily, doesn't seem like it's scientifically based. It's just more of a reasonable range, and then you apply the quantitative scoring to that reasonable range. Is that what I'm understanding?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Mr. North. That's one way to look at it. The work group hasn't identified a scientific way or defensible way to derive what that range of buffers should be. In my expectation, that's largely going to be a policy decision, and it could in part be derived from or informed by what buffers the council has employed or will employ going forward as a part of this process, knowing that we've been doing that, well, at least we did it last year, and we probably will have to continue to do that for a few more years before we have some other way of identifying what the buffer should be via another method that might be different from the buffer-based approach identified as option 1 in our report and in this presentation.
Thank you. If I might, one other question. I think in the presentation on this same approach, it indicates that it might be ready for implementation in 2028 fisheries, but I thought I saw in the report, page 12, that it might be ready for 2026 fisheries. So I was just wondering, looking for a little clarity on how that changed, that 2 years. But
yeah, thank you for that question as well, Mr. North. Maybe there's some confusion being generated by what we mean by ready for implementation, and that wasn't characterized appropriately in the report. That's my assessment anyway. There's two different things to think about there. One is, when would this approach be final? Meaning all we're waiting for is data to plug into the approach so that we can use it. And then the other question is, when will that data be available such that we can use the approach? So, you know, really just to put it in other words, one way of looking at it is, when will the machine be built? And the other way of looking at it is, when can we fill up the gas tank and turn the machine on? I tried to touch on that a little bit in my presentation here, but what's meant by that is that this approach, this method, can very easily be ready to employ by the fall of 2026. However, the gasoline you need to fill up the tank with, or the data, the requisite data to inform the matrix, is not going to be available until the spring of 2028 using fall Chinook escapement data from the fall of 2027. Hopefully that answers your question.
yes, it does. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, John. Look for any other hands? Okay. Seeing no further hands, thank you. All right, next up will be the tribal report, and I'll turn to Mike Orcutt. Mike, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
All right. Thank you. I'll start. For the record, my name is Mike Orcutt. I'm the Fisheries Department Director for the Hoopa Valley Tribe. I've worked on Klamath River management issues for probably close to 40 years now. The Hoopa Valley Tribe has been an active co-manager, one of the original participants in some of the early salmon management agreements, involved in some of the legislative things like both the Trinity River Restoration and the 1986 Klamath River Restoration Act, which included a fishery management section, by the way, and that has, as some folks are aware, expired in 2006. And so there's not really an active management process where we can vet some of these issues. Nonetheless, the tribe has continued as an active co-manager. And in the case that we're talking about here, I'll say a couple things here as far as dam removal goes, because I think often some of the PR stuff overrides some of the reality and the facts. Hoopa has been a participant and advocate for restoration of salmon all the way up to the Klamath tribe's former reservation. have been actively in all the discussions and management processes there, negotiated agreements, among others, including the Klamath hydro settlement agreement. So we've been there, and we've expended money, resources, time, and in some cases, legal fees to support and protect the integrity of the Klamath River fish populations, including Klamath River fall Chinook. So in this case, when the onset of this work group, we have been involved since the first meeting in October of 2023. And the initial focus, as folks are well aware, was focused on the 23 and 24 salmon seasons and recommendations there, which included the reduction in exploitation rates. So we've, and we were told, throughout the process, two things I wanted to say. We've strongly advocated that the habitat, and in some cases that habitat includes fisheries protection and water flow management, largely controlled by the Bureau of Reclamation. On the Klamath side, note here that the Klamath biological opinion was just published. The Central Valley project, minus the Trinity River Division, a consultation is underway and actively will have some impact on the water flows in the Trinity River as a part of the Central Valley. And so what I've advocated there is the Trinity has a strong and active Trinity restoration program for the last 25 years now. And a lot of the data and information, I'll touch on that a little bit later, is going to be really useful in the approach that we're advocating. So as our testimony shows, we were told, well, the first couple of years, we need to get interim recommendations to the council. But from the onset, advocated that some of the habitat and things controlled by the Bureau of Reclamation actively include their participation because they control the water supplies. And on the Trinity Basin, they're an active implementer of the Trinity River Restoration Program. The other issue that we have that's before you is the sub-basin management approach that we're advocating has always been a concern for ours. The amendments for Klamath that established harvest rate management, among others, 2016 amendments for harvest control rules. We've always been concerned about the Trinity and how that fits in. And why is that? Because the federal law says the Trinity Restoration Program, including the CBPIA, all say, and the Trinity River Restoration Program say, what is the goals of the Trinity program? It's to restore Trinity River fisheries to pre-dam levels of abundance. We have numeric targets for that, 62,000 natural spawners. Based upon HUPA's advocacy there, we've also built out populations because it's not just to put fish on the spawning grounds, it's also the 2/3 spawner reduction rates. So that's a ocean population of a couple 100,000 fish. But the point there is, how close have we come to that, and how will that be affected by this process that's underway? In 2012, 50,000 natural spawners came to the Trinity River, returned to the Trinity River. And that, again, relating that to 62,000. So we're close. But the point there as well is there's an active main stem restoration program. There's an active adaptive management program that assesses and evaluates fish populations. And so I'll get to my punchline. I'm sorry for being a little bit too getting off a little bit there, but so I'm going to go and say the Trinity River Restoration Program has a fish production model from Lewiston to the confluence of the the Klamath River. We have a limiting factors analysis that's underway that's going to further refine that. And because of the tribe's advocacy, we've also strongly pushed that there be an independent cohort analysis that separates out the Trinity River populations. And so Why is that? Well, I said why it is a couple times, but 30 to 50% of the Klamath fall Chinook production has came out of the Trinity River. And so why is that the concern of the tribe to have a sub-basin management approach? One is to evaluate congressional requirements to restore the pre-dam levels of fish population abundance, meet the trust responsibility to Hoop Valley and Yurok tribes. And I believe that our participation, our contribution to the process is one in which we've thoroughly refined the sub-basin management approach. But the punchline for us is, how does that affect us? Klamath Falls Chinook, since 1995, with the litigation and solicitors' opinions that are federal applicable law for the Pacific Council to follow, established that Klamath Trinity Basin harvestable surplus is to be divided 50-50 between tribal and non-tribal fisheries. Throughout the process, mainly at the KFMC and those forums, it's a fish for fish accounting. And so when the exploitation was reduced in 2023 and more recently in the 2024 season, that reduction directly affects the harvestable number available for tribal fisheries. The example I'll use in March, at the first time the council met and provided alternatives to Klamath River, tribal share was 8,000, a little over 8,000 fish. But because of the reduction in exploitation rate by April meeting, when he adopted final regulations, the tribal number was 6,300, 6,334 to be exact, adult fall Chinook for harvest. The other concern I have, and it's not directly ours, but it is applicable in our basin, the sharing, the other side of this, as far as the council action, was that the state, under the state of California, under the Fish and Game Commission, eliminated the retention of Chinook in all Klamath and Trinity River fisheries. And so we have an added concern there for our counterparts there, the non-tribal recreational fishery, that in the Trinity Basin, there was non-retention of Chinook salmon. And yet the opportunity and the numbers were there for harvest. And I'll try to make one last. In summary, the biggest concern we have is that the Klamath dam removal and all of the council actions should not affect the ability to harvest more abundant Trinity River restoration program and Trinity River fish populations, including Klamath Falls Chinook salmon. And the management tools are available to meet that. We've been working with the restoration program for many years now. And so those products and separation of cohort and reconstruction models are available. We have state-of-the-art fish production models in the system. And so some of the things that were stated by that are coming down in the future on the Klamath side already exists in the Trinity River to a really high degree of accuracy and precision. And so by separating the management of Trinity stocks, it just gives us opportunity, and we're not, it buffers us some of the reductions in exploitation rates to provide fish on the Klamath system. And finally, I think I want to try to end on a positive note here. The Hoopa Valley Tribe is ready and available to talk to all co-managers with the state of California, with the state of Oregon, fish spawning for the first time in the state of Oregon. And so we've actively, probably not the right forum, the work group, but an open invitation to meet with those people to refine things. And I think and fully believe that the different alternatives on the table could be mixed and matched. And there's a lot of things that are positive about the Klamath, but we want to be buffered from some of that in terms of the ability to harvest Trinity River Basin fish. And we think the sub-basin management approach is the way to do it. And I'll conclude my remarks there and answer any questions anybody might have. Thank you. for allowing me to comment.
All right, thank you, Mike. Questions on the tribal report? One. All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Next will be the STT report. It'll be Candace Wilkinson, I believe, or Dr. O'Farrell. Which one? Welcome.
I suppose I have the pleasure.
You were first on my list.
Right. Thank you. I'm going to be reading from agenda item F5B, Supplemental STT Report 1. Salmon Technical Team Report on Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup Progress Report and Recommendations. The Salmon Technical Team discussed the Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup Progress Report, agenda item F5A, and offers the following additional considerations for each management options presented in the Klamath River Workgroup Progress Report. 1, current harvest control rule with a range of buffers. The STT agrees with the Klamath River Workgroup that applying a buffer to the current harvest control rule is the only option that is ready for implementation for the 2025 preseason process. The STT implemented this approach in the 2024 preseason planning and is prepared to include it again in 2025 if directed by the council to do so. 2, sub-basin management approach. The STT discussed the concept of developing separate stock reconstructions for the Klamath and Trinity basins. By implementing a sub-basin management approach, interim conservation objectives could be focused on the fall Chinook escape into the upper regions of the Klamath Basin without impeding harvest opportunity in the Trinity Basin. The STT notes that splitting the stock aggregate into 2 smaller components will likely increase the uncertainty of model parameters and hence management objectives. To implement a sub-basin approach into management, the STT would need to develop 2 independent harvest models to aid in fishery planning, which would likely take significant time and resources to complete and go through the council's salmon methodology review process. We also note that implementing a sub-basin approach would require the development of a separate harvest control rules and would require considerable effort from outside agencies. 3, the habitat-based management approach. The STT sees merit in a habitat-based approach, but neither the STT nor the Klamath River Workgroup has the expertise needed to develop such an approach. And we would encourage the council to seek funding opportunities or other external resources to conduct this type of work in the future. 4, matrix-based approach. The STT agrees that further development of the matrix-based approach is warranted, as this type of tool could help inform management of the Klamath River Fall Chinook while the habitat and population stabilize post-dam removal. The work group has the expertise needed to develop this tool, and once developed, this tool would likely not require further input from the Klamath River work group if the annual data needed to inform the final matrix parameters are available on the required timeline. That concludes the STT report. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Questions on the STT report? Meister Hasmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Candace, for the report. On number 2, I think my question might be answered there, the sub-basin management approach, but what's the part in there that the council does in its normal process? It's going to be hard to ask this question, but the models are developed for ocean fisheries, but there's the escapement part, looking at what's going to come out. When we split it, and is it possible, and it talks about the amount of work, and maybe the question is, how much work is it? And is it something that benefits the council's development of fisheries and recommendations there? So the amount of work and the benefit to the council on that.
Yes, thank you for the question, Vice Chair. I'll try and dissect that and sort of weigh, I guess, from a technical standpoint, the pros cons of the sub-basin management approach as compared to the workload for it. It would take a significant amount of time, in my opinion, on the order of several years to get all of those pieces in place in order to do the assessment. So from doing the separate run size reconstructions, the cohort reconstruction, abundance forecast, harvest control rules, and to develop the new fishery management plan amendment to get all those pieces in place. That would be something considering where we're at now with what we have, it'd be on the order of several years to get to that point, and the resources to complete it would be extensive. The benefit for that, you do have more granularity in knowing your current stock size status for the Trinity stocks separate from the Klamath stocks, because right now they're both managed and assessed as an aggregate. But conversely, and this was raised in, I believe, from Michael Farrell, is that, well, when you're dividing up these stocks and doing these assessments for smaller populations, you can also add an increased level of uncertainty because you have fewer coded wire tag recoveries, smaller populations. So while you could benefit from more granularity, knowing the separate stock size, you could also introduce more uncertainty from just managing to a smaller stock size. So does that answer your question, I guess, in terms of potential pros, cons?
Yes, I think it does. And if I heard you correct, just getting to the point of doing that is a couple of years and then got to consider the benefits. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasselberg. Anyone else? Oh, Corey Righties.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Morgenstern. My question is building off of the Vice Chair's, which is in the tribal report, there is mention of other efforts that are separate from the council that might be helpful towards that sub-basin approach. So did the STT think about those or were informed about those efforts towards the workload and the pros and cons that you just described for Pete? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. So there are efforts underway within the department right now to get underway these two stock reconstructions. There's a big workload leading up to that point, but there is commitment from within the department to get these separate stock reconstructions underway and look at what we have, what information is resulting from that and how it might be able to inform management. So there is some work underway currently that are the initial steps to this sub-basin approach. There's not necessarily an overall commitment at this time to head this direction. That, of course, involves council involvement at that level. But the stock assessments, there is an investment being made to get to the point of like a stock assessment, separate stock assessment level. But that work is still a ways out.
Okay, great. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was intrigued actually by the matrix-based approach because it does incorporate elements of sub-basin, but perhaps it's certainly more simplistic than what is laid out in the sub-basin management approach. But could you compare and contrast for me a little bit in terms of those trade-offs of potential benefits of the matrix-based approach versus sub-basin, and then contrast with capacity, workload a little bit?
Yeah, I can attempt to clarify that. Thank you for the question, Ms. Kiefer, Mr. Chair. So some of the benefits of the matrix-based approach is that the data streams needed to inform the matrix are already largely available. So once we get the tool built, the data needed to feed that matrix are, largely available on the timelines required to feed that. So benefit one is that it's more readily implementable, like on a nearer term timeline. And it is rooted in, some biological indicators to be specific to, what the work group's goal is to see the new habitat, the new 400 miles of spawning availability, and to rebuild the population into that area of new habitat. So the matrix-based approach is taking extra precautions on the Klamath stocks and reducing, exploitation on the Klamath stocks, with the idea that will seed the new habitat. With the subbasin management approach, that isn't inherently built in to the subbasin management approach. You would you would have a separate stock assessment for the Klamath and the Trinity subbasins, but you would still need to do the work of applying additional protections on the Klamath side to in order to seed that habitat and get more fish back to that spawning system.
Thank you. That helps. And just, I assume that even though, as was pointed out with the subbasin approach, you'd have to have 2 new fisheries models, essentially. I'm assuming that would also apply with the matrix approach.
I don't recognize that as the need for the matrix-based approach. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe the data points feeding the matrix-based approach are like the status of, Klamath returns, out-migrating juveniles, the ratio of adult spawning in the lower versus the upper habitat. So those are data that already exist or regularly assessed.
Thank you.
You sure? Susan Bishop? Mike?
Thank you. You usually don't have trouble hearing me. Thank you, Candace, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is when Mr. Orcutt gave his testimony, he indicated that there were core reconstruction and fishery models that were sort of available for the Trinity. And I was curious if the STT is aware of those models or had talked about those models. And in your mention of the work that CDF&W is doing, is that also in coordination with the tribes or working with the tribes on that work?
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that those models are currently in development. I'm working myself closely with somebody from the Trinity River Restoration Program, and there is some work being done on the existing Klamath cohort reconstruction model. And that work it's being migrated to an R platform that is right now a generalized cohort reconstruction model. So we're doing this database update, I guess it could be summarized as, to the Klamath cohort reconstruction model. And that work is prerequisite to then developing a Trinity specific cohort reconstruction. So I'm working with Trinity River Restoration Program staff staff that are funded by TRRP to develop this cohort reconstruction. So it's my understanding that those pieces are still needing to be built.
Yes, go ahead, Susan.
Just to follow up. And so in working with the Trinity Restoration Program staff, does that involve working with the tribes also, or the tribes are part of the staff that?
Not directly working with the tribes on this piece.
Okay, thank you.
Marcy Renko?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add, I believe that Susan's questions of Candace were in her capacity as a CDFW expert and participant in our state processes. But I guess I would note that I believe Brett is still online and he is most directly involved in these activities. And if there are specific questions for him that he might be able to answer in more detail, bringing him up may be appropriate. Not that Candace isn't fully answering the questions, but he is probably closest to the topic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Susan, would you like to ask Brett a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would redirect my question to Mr. Cormos as to whether the STT considered or was aware of the models in the cohort reconstruction work that were referenced in Mr. Orcutt's testimony.
Okay, Brett.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Bishop. I'm going to start by disentangling some of what's been discussed or asked about here. Candace correctly described that as a prerequisite to cohort reconstruction for specific to the Trinity River, there's a need to migrate the Klamath River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction that's utilized on an annual basis for stock assessment for the council management process from Fox Pro, which is unsupported Microsoft product, over to R. After that has been done, my staff in the Klamath Trinity program that are in part funded by the Trinity River Restoration Program will be working with all of the co-managers on the Trinity side to create or develop a cohort reconstruction specific to the Trinity River. I think it's really important to understand that the purpose of that cohort reconstruction as it pertains to the restoration program and the directive provided by the Trinity Management Council to develop this tool is not to inform ocean fisheries or river fisheries management. That cohort reconstruction is part and parcel to what Mr. Orcutt described correctly as a limiting factors analysis. In other words, the purpose is to understand where the vast majority of the mortality is occurring for Trinity River fish so that additional restoration or other action might be taken to help facilitate greater productivity and ultimately higher escapement and achievement of the goals associated with the restoration program and those that are mandated by Congress that, again, Mr. Orcutt correctly pointed out. So the short answer is when we get there, yes, we will be working with the tribes in addition to National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Bureau of Reclamation, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One follow-up question for Mr. Cormos. Could those cohort reconstruction models be modified or improved to be able to be used for ocean management considerations, or the structure of them is only relevant to in river use?
My expectation, sorry, thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. My expectation is that, yes, they could be further developed to help inform fisheries management as well, with additional work involved, and assuming that further stratification of the data isn't prohibitive to having a separate stock assessment process. That's a pretty big hurdle, at least in my mind, perhaps not everyone else's, but we have done work in the past for the council that identified further stratification for the spatial stratification, just introducing an additional management line for Klamath Fall Chinook as a stock complex was not possible due to the limitations around code wire tag recovery data and trying to stratify it any further than we already have. The bottom line of that report was just that we're already at minimums in terms of time area recovery levels for code wire tag data and stock assessment, going lower by literally splitting those stocks down the middle in terms of, an assessment process could very well be problematic, but we would ultimately need to find that out. And I will just add one more thing. There has been in your question or in this discussion some mention of other models related to this topic, there are none. The only thing that's being done or contemplated at this point in time is a cohort reconstruction for Trinity River Chinook for the purposes of that limiting factors analysis. There isn't anything else happening that I'm aware of that would assist with furthering this sub-basin approach.
Thanks, Susan. All right. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Brett. Thank you, Candace. Okay. That concludes the STT report. And then next up will be the SAS report and George Bradshaw. And George, I think I heard a phone back there, maybe.
Oh, hello again. Thank you. For the record, George Bradshaw. I'll be reading agenda item F5B supplemental SAS report 1, Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup progress report and recommendations. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel discussed the Klamath River Fall Chinook Workgroup progress report. The SAS supports the use of item 1, current harvest control rule with a range of buffers for the planning of the 2025 ocean fisheries. For the remaining items, the SAS supports further development, but a portion of the SAS has initial hesitation regarding item 2, the sub-basin management approach.
Thanks, George. Questions on the SAS report? Corey Ridings. Oop.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Bradshaw. My question is regarding the last part about the S has initial hesitation regarding item 2, the sub-basin management approach. Can you elaborate for us a little bit on that hesitation?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. Initially we had kind of a weedy conversation. We don't know the details of it, and basically that was our concern. We can make somewhat heads and tails out of the matrix approach and what habitat may or may not be for that approach, but the splitting of the basin and all of the workload and modeling changes and everything that would entail, that we just had hesitation and concern with what that might do and what that might mean to fishery impacts in the ocean when and if it did happen.
Hey, Corey. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I believe his answer to Corey answered my question.
2 for 1.
There you go. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. That takes us to public comment. I believe we have one. I see someone patiently had their hand up. All right. It's Cameron McLaren. Is that correct? Are you there, Cameron?
Yes, that's correct. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Cameron McLaren, and I'm a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the management of salmon. Salmon are vital to the health of our ecosystems and hold deep cultural significance, especially for Indigenous communities who have stewarded these waters for generations. Their livelihoods and cultural practices are closely tied to the health of salmon populations, particularly in the Klamath River area. I urge the council to continue prioritizing habitat restoration projects that enhance climate resilience for salmon, while also committing to uplifting the traditional ecological knowledge held by local tribes. Federally and non-federally recognized tribes in the Klamath River area possess invaluable insights based on centuries of observation and stewardship. Incorporating their knowledge into management decisions can strengthen our collective efforts to protect and restore salmon populations in the face of climate change. I respectfully ask the council to ensure that these tribal voices continue to not only be consulted, but actively integrated throughout the decision-making process. By elevating this partnership, we can make more holistic and effective management strategies that honor the long-standing relationship these communities have with the river and its salmon. Thank you for your time today and for your continued dedication to collaborative, inclusive conservation efforts.
Thank you, Cameron. Questions on her testimony? All right, seeing that, thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. Takes us to council action, which is before you. So the floor up for discussion. Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking at the situation summary that has I think a somewhat different set of council actions, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Thank you. So I've kind of been focused on the sit-sum actions. So I just want to clarify that that's our approach and our action here today.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I guess I'd clarify the action on the screen suggests that we would adopt recommendations as appropriate, while the sit-sum describes that we would discuss the options and recommendations in the work group report, recommend additional measures as appropriate, and provide additional guidance and direction. So I feel like that terminology is much different than adopt. So just wanting to clarify.
More specific than what we see before us. Yes. Angela, there you go.
Yeah, I think what Marcy is looking at is just the section right under the description versus the text at the very bottom. So I think if the council could focus on these more detailed questions, that would help us in moving forward here.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. Marcy?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll kick us off. I want to commend the work group for a long summer of work. They've been meeting a number of times and have put a lot of thought into what can be accomplished. Kind of going down the list of items. I mean, the current harvest control rule and the range of buffers. That was the approach that we took in for 2024 management. And as the STT acknowledges, applying a buffer to the current HCR is an option that's ready for implementation for the 2025 preseason process, should we desire to do so. I want to tie that to actually item 4, which is the matrix-based approach, and just want to clarify that the work that is proposed on the matrix-based approach, as we heard in the work group's presentation, under, I guess it's slide 11. Just want to flag that in the matrix-based approach is designed to inform us on an application of an exploitation rate buffer. So I see it as an advancement of what we may have done last cycle, in the sense of just kind of, I don't want to say arbitrarily, but applying an exploitation rate buffer as we did last cycle, that was kind of based on the range of harvest control rule options that was provided to us in the work group report from last year. This is an advancement, what we're seeing here in this proposed matrix-based approach. And the thing that's I find neat about it is it would inform us on what an appropriate reduction or buffer to the ER would be in light of contemporary conditions in the basin. And the example that the work group offers us, I think, is illustrative of how the matrix-based approach would work if we direct them to proceed with this work over the next year for use next cycle. And again, I think it because it relies on indices that are real and are clearly tied to the changing conditions and the occupation of new available habitat by returning adults. I think it's a novel approach and really does reflect the task that I think we had for the work group, which is to develop interim management measures or a framework for use over the near term as population reestablishes in the upper reaches. So I find a lot of value in this option. I think it advances us from where we were last cycle and would love to see the work group continue with that work. They've also, I think, pointed out for us that the data is readily available and that they have the expertise needed on the work group to continue with this work and develop that framework for us. So I think that's for me, that's pretty compelling and would like to see that continue. As for the habitat-based approaches, I think it's a great idea, but perhaps more involved than the council might want to or might be able to bite off at this time. The work group itself doesn't have the expertise to develop a habitat-based approach. It sounds like it might involve something like a contractor, which I'm not sure who would be responsible for managing a contract or a contractor. Though I think, though I appreciate that the work group has identified that habitat-based approaches could allow for estimates of the production of the habitat into the future. So I think that's something that would be on a much longer term and more difficult to get us to our end goal, which again is some kind of interim management framework. Speaking to the sub-basin approach, I'm really glad that we had the discussion that we had here. The Huba Valley Tribe and our department, you've heard some testimony here that really explained some of the other activities going on out of sight, out of mind, outside the council process. So we want to thank the parties for keeping us up to date on those developments. I'm encouraged by what we heard today and what work is in development behind the scenes. I think what I'm hearing in the discussion about the sub-basin approach is that it is going to be kind of a long time in development and perhaps not available for kind of nearer term use. But I think we want to continue hearing about the developments of the work that is continuing in other forums. I guess I'd say it also, might be appropriate to consider as the dual basin approach develops down the road. I think as we talk about amendments to the FMP, once we've had a chance to revisit reference points, et cetera, I think that there is definitely some optimism that the dual basin approach will offer refined, more granular information that is of use in a number of forums. So I think I also want to flag that we talked a bit about application of the matrix-based approach to sub-basin management. And I guess I want to just call out and the tribal report in reminding us of the need that whatever we might develop here in this process, we need to be mindful that we're not looking to develop alternatives that would preclude access to these these stocks in the Trinity Basin. And I've been kind of thinking about this and thinking about, have to say, groundfish management and sort of, what we're hearing here are some design, I think, needs with regard to how we might develop a solution that from a policy position does not restrict tribal harvest. And I think there are ways to do that. We haven't heard anything specific here today, but I am hopeful that there are ways to do that while also employing something like the matrix-based approach that informs us on what an appropriate buffer to the ER might be for the non-tribal portion of the 50% of the adults. So what I'm thinking about is maybe, an exploitation rate or the plugging in abundance levels into the harvest control rule so that we determine a number of projected adults returning, and then thinking about how, we do the 50-50 sharing, but then how we might apply the buffer to only the non-tribal portion of the adult surplus. Sorry if I'm not articulating this in exactly the greatest of words, but I think that's my my intention or what I would think is a path forward, noting that the work on the two basin approach is continuing, I think, in other forums, and it doesn't appear that it's going to be something the work group itself can pick up and do. So I think we want to acknowledge that work is going on outside of us, and we're encouraged by that, especially as that informs us for longer term management. And with that, I will look forward to discussions about how we proceed for the 2025 cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? Susan Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a couple of thoughts along the lines of what Marcy was laid out. We talked a lot about how the options are improvements to what we've been doing. I think it looks to me from the information we've been presented, really the only viable option for 2025 is status quo as we work on the other approaches that are a little further out. One of the things that we sort of didn't talk about was in the terms of reference for the work group itself, one of the things that they were tasked with was building a system or evaluating options with regard to allowing access to more abundant stocks while not impeding rebuilding of Klamath, right? So I think that is really inherent in what you're hearing from the tribe, and also was built into the TORs for the work group themselves. And so when I look at that, really option 2 is the only one that sort of directly speaks to that itself. The homing fidelity of Klamath River fish is pretty high, and so little, as I understand it, and so there's little straying into the Klamath Basin. So constraining fishing on Trinity River fish, as was part of the testimony that the tribe gave, would have limited conservation benefit to the restoration of Klamath River, while limiting fish on a more abundant stock itself, and in particular tribal fisheries. So that purpose is not addressed by the other 3 options. but that option itself may not be the only approach that accomplishes the purpose of it. So there's, Marcy said, there may be other ways that allow access, in particular tribal access to more abundant, say, Trinity stocks, while offering that same protection to more protection to the Klamath. So I support exploring other approaches that would allow fishing on Trinity and fishing on more abundant Trinity River Chinook once the conservation needs for that stock are met, and may not require the intensive data stream structure and process of what was described under the sub-basin approach. Although I'm totally up, if that's the best way to do it, I'm supportive of that. Further exploration is directly related to the task, sort of in summary, of the work group, and could occur within the work group. So maybe in combination with option 4, or it sounds like perhaps with the additional information we've been provided today, there is more expertise available, maybe in an outside process that could be coordinated with the work group process itself. Particularly since the work group specifically stated that it doesn't include the expertise or the capacity to develop or implement that option. The additional time noted that this would take is sort of consistent with the longer time frame noted for the other options, so it would allow that collaboration and coordination to occur. And as Marcy indicated, it could bring us maybe even a better mousetrap that would address that task to the work group, as well as the other ones that we've sort of been focused on. So that is my input to the council action for today.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to just voice some concern here about meeting our tribal obligations. In thinking about the sub-basin approach, which was articulated to us through the tribal report, as something that they would like to see continued work by the work group to expand and develop this approach. I'm wondering if maybe there's something here where we can do a bit more, recognizing that the work group has said they don't have the right folks that they need and necessary capacity at this time. But Ms. Morgenstern also outlined what she thought needed to be done that could move this forward. And we have been excellently educated about the work going on outside of the council process. So what I might recommend is asking the work group to continue to think about this and come back as a next product or a next step or in their next report and outline a little bit more of what Ms. Morgenstern described, have some more specificity for us on what that workload would be, what the necessary skill sets would be, and if the council could help put some sort of work plan together to potentially get us there. I'd also like to voice appreciation for Ms. Yaremko and Ms. Bishop's ideas about helping meet those obligations in terms of thinking about what this might look like in the next year and the nexus with the matrix-based approach. But would just like to continue engaging what the excellent work that the work group has been doing, and keep, I guess, barking up the tree of sub-basin management to make sure that we're continuing to keep that on our radar and keep it as an option as we move forward.
Hey, Corey. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Angela, how are we doing here so far?
You're doing very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can summarize, I think, what I've heard so far from the council's discussion and see if I'm on track with what I'm hearing.
Please.
Okay, so I'm hearing that you've discussed that the status quo option, a harvest control rule with a range of buffers, is the only real appropriate option for planning ocean harvest fisheries for 2025. So that takes care of number 2. And I think in March, when we come back, we can really look at what that specific buffer percentage might be. And then for number 3, I'm hearing a request for further development on the matrix-based approach and further exploration of approaches that would provide protection for fish returning to the Klamath without impacting tribal harvest on the Trinity, including a more detailed work plan for what developing this sub-basin management approach would look like.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Anybody want to add anything else to that? John North.
I guess I was just going to add on the matrix-based approach. I'm very intrigued with that, but I'd be interested in some mix of environmental variables being one of the inputs. Reading the report, it sounded like there was some correlations that they identified, and I think that might be something to consider as an input. Thanks.
Thank you, John. All right. Angela?
All right. And then I think with that, we have good feedback to bring back to the work group, and I appreciate your discussion today. So your work here is done.
Okay, very good, everybody. We're going to take a 10-minute break, 9-minute. Back at 3:05 because we got a lot of stuff to do and the day's not over yet. So see you at 3:05. If we can take our seats, we'll get going here. All right. Okay, we're back in session here. On F6, I'll turn to Angela yet one more time, at least with me, who will kick us off. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item F6, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Workgroup Progress Report and Recommendations. There was a number of events that led up to the formation of this work group. In 2018, the stock was declared overfished and a rebuilding plan was developed in June of 2019. The plan did include recommendations to consider the current conservation objective, develop an age-structured stock assessment, develop age-structured forecasts, and develop an age-structured harvest model. And in 2022, the council approved a review of the basis behind the Sacramento River Fall Chinook conservation for a methodology review topic that was reviewed in November of that year. And then at the April 2023 meeting, the council discussed the topic further and agreed that taking a detailed look at the information that is currently used and reviewing any new material available and identifying gaps is the next logical step forward. So that led to the development of this ad hoc work group in June of 2023. You've received updates from this work group in the past. The first was in June of 2024, where you were provided with a report and presented guidance that the work group should focus on maximum sustainable yield as the basis of fisheries management and not maximum sustainable production, and to evaluate the draft cohort reconstruction that we heard about earlier today under the methodology review topic. And at the September 2024 meeting, the work group did provide a statement proposing these methodology review topics. And there was also some discussion on difficulties accessing one of the review materials associated with their proposal, which is included as attachment 1 for the council. And so under this agenda item, the work group is going to provide a verbal report to the council on progress relating to the guidance provided in June of 2024. And the council should review the work group report and provide guidance as necessary, as well as address any of the work group's recommendations or concerns. And you're currently scheduled to get your next report from this work group at the June 2025 meeting. So your council action, again, is to consider the work group report and provide guidance as needed. You will be getting that report out from the chair of the work group, Dr. Satterthwaite, and there's also going to be a verbal report from CDFW, and there is an SSE and an STT report under this agenda item. And there is currently 2 public comments signed up.
Thank you, Angela. A question on the overview? All right. With that, we'll turn to the Sacramento River Work Group report and Dr. Will Satterthwaite. Welcome, Will.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Will Satterthwaite, Chair of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group, being joined by co-chair Colin Purdy from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm affiliated with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. So the work group heard your feedback on our last report being a little bit long and detailed. So we have a much shorter written report this time, and there even are small sections of it I'll just summarize since they were covered pretty well during that methodology review item. So to read the work group report, so we had several meetings, received some feedback, and have now identified preferred paths forward for the exploitation rate corresponding to MSY, that's FMSY, most steps in the derivation of the corresponding spawning escapement, that's SMSY, considerations for developing a conservation objective, an escapement target using SMSY as a starting point, and use of cohort reconstructions that account for hatchery and natural origin fish. The work group has also held informative discussions of risk tables and looks forward to the further discussions called for under items 4 and 6 of council action on agenda item H1 from the September 2024 meeting. We summarize progress on each of these items below, with additional details on some items provided in a technical appendix and attachment 1. The workgroup has also identified tools for potentially modifying the control rule, evaluating forecast accuracy and the potential for improved forecasts, and methods for quantifying the costs and benefits of different actions in terms of harvest and conservation metrics. However, most of the proposed analytical methods for those topics depend on tools described in the Satterthwaite and Shelton 2023 paper that was proposed for methodology review, but was not moved forward by the Council for 2024 review. Thus, the workgroup has paused work on these topics due to uncertainty whether the workgroup has suitable tools for those tasks or can achieve further progress on them. And then, as Angela mentioned in the situation summary, so we regret the confusion with the multiple links to the paper last time, so it's now attached as attachment 1. In terms of specific items for SMSY, so again, the spawning escapement corresponding to MSY, the workgroup has found that SMSY should be based on a spawner recruit analysis where spawners are measured as adult Sacramento River Fall Chinook spawning in natural areas, and recruits are some metric of natural origin production. That does not necessarily mean that SMSY would be expressed in units of natural area spawners, but the workgroup did not think it was defensible to fit a single spawner recruit relationship for spawners in both hatcheries and natural areas combined. This is because the reproductive success of individual spawners in different areas would not be equal, and preliminary fits to models where total escapement was used to predict the Sacramento index 3 years later generally had extremely poor fit. If sufficient data were available, the preferred metric of recruits would be potential natural origin escapement in the absence of fishing for each brood year, as derived from a cohort reconstruction. And this would be consistent with the technical recommendations of the STT and SSE. And so now we have the cohort reconstruction being approved for use. But as mentioned, the cohort reconstruction available to date does not yet cover a sufficient number of years over a sufficient range of escapements and environmental conditions. It is important to note that the informational value of a cohort reconstruction would be expected to increase with an increasing number of years analyzed. None of these analyses would allow for direct estimation of SMSY due to the mismatch in the units of spawners and recruits, and the fact that future spawners would not simply be unfished recruits due to hatchery origin fish spawning in natural areas. If SMP, the escapement that maximizes production, can be identified, the STT suggested that SMSY could be equal to SMP times a typical SMSY-SMP ratio, and that ratio would be equal to the FMSY value that was just approved in the methodology review. If SMP cannot be estimated reliably, it may be necessary to identify an optimal level of production to target. The workgroup noted that in its investigation of spawner recruit relationships for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, there was little to no statistical evidence for a Ricker spawner recruit relationship as opposed to alternative forms such as the Beverton Holt, where there is no peak in the recruitment function. Even assuming a Ricker, estimates of the escapement that maximizes production can be highly uncertain and sensitive to the choice of time periods analyzed and covariates considered. At the same time, spawner recruit relationships fit using different functional forms or to different time periods were often highly similar in their shape at the low to moderate range of escapements, diverging substantially only at the high escapement levels where few observations are available. The workgroup noted this challenge is not unique to Sacramento River Fall Chinook. For example, Hasbrook et al. Showed similar results for 6 model formulations applied to 2 time periods for an Alaskan sockeye population. Thus, the workgroup recommends continuing to consider options for identifying an optimal level of production, which might be done qualitatively based on a sense of diminishing returns, or more quantitatively using the methodology proposed in Satterthwaite 2023. The workgroup particularly welcomes insight from the SSE into the scientific merits of alternative approaches to this challenge, and from the STT on the precedents for how this challenge has been addressed for other stocks. Switching to an SMSY metric based on natural area spawners could pose challenges for preseason planning models and control rule that are currently designed around total escapement, that's including escapement to hatcheries, although postseason status determinations could still be made easily because postseason escapement estimates are already broken out by area. Using a conservation objective based on total escapement, as we described below, in place of SMSY in the control rule is one potential solution, but would not be the only option. And then technical appendix A discusses a few other options we've discussed about. And again, the workgroup welcomes feedback from the STT and the SSE on how we might resolve that problem. And then FMSY, again, has been addressed pretty thoroughly in the methodology review item. So I don't think we need to go into that again here. In terms of the conservation objective, the work group considers the SMSY analyses described previously as only a starting point for the derivation of the conservation objective. National Standard 1 defines optimum yield as maximum sustainable yield reduced by considerations that include benefits of recreational opportunities, reflect the quality of both the recreational fishing experience and non-consumptive fishery uses, maintaining viable populations, maintaining adequate forage, maintaining evolutionary and ecological processes, and maintaining the evolutionary potential of species and ecosystems. The work group noted the importance of ensuring adequate broodstock at hatcheries and that in-river harvest is a function of total river run size, not just natural area river run size. Consequently, the work group has also discussed ideas for setting a conservation objective based on a total, so that would be natural and hatchery area combined escapement, that would be expected to have a high probability of yielding natural area escapement at least as high as SMSY, provide for the other ecological and evolutionary considerations highlighted in National Standard 1, ensure adequate broodstock for hatcheries, and provide for quality inland recreational fishing opportunities. To evaluate the consequences of different escapement goals for river harvest opportunity, the work group has analyzed the relationship between river run size and river harvest, allowing the identification of the river run size and ultimate escapement needed to yield a desired level of river harvest given typical river harvest rates. To incorporate hatchery considerations, the work group is working toward updating the analyses of hatchery success as a function of escapement that were presented in Satterthwaite 2023, and trying to update these analyses where we use juvenile production rather than escapement to the hatchery as the metric of whether hatcheries were successful, while also accounting for causes of production shortfalls that are unrelated to broodstock supply, for example, disease, equipment malfunctions, or things like that. Next, the control rule. Currently, the control rule is designed to target escapement equal to SMSY over a wide range of forecasted abundance. As noted above, the work group's clearest path forward deriving SMSY would be a spawner recruit analysis based on natural area spawners, resulting in different units for SMSY than are used by the current forecasting and harvest modeling tools. In addition, the work group identified several reasons why the conservation objective and thus desired escapement should likely be higher than SMSY, and include considerations of escapement to both natural areas and hatcheries. Therefore, the work group recommends reparameterizing the control rule in terms of the conservation objective rather than SMSY, and then similarly revising language around de minimis provisions. In addition, the work group discussed the effects of forecast error on successful application of the control rule and discussed the nuances raised by the STT in evaluating the recent performance of the SI forecast. The work group agrees that forecasting of salmon is always challenging for any stock, and there are limits to the amount of improvement we can reasonably expect. The work group also notes the importance of focusing on proportional errors in forecasts rather than errors in numbers of fish, as well as the consequences of those errors for management advice. For example, one of the forecasts that the STT described as over forecast by a modest amount resulted in twice the allowable exploitation rate compared to what the postseason estimate would have allowed. And one of the forecasts described as very close failed to trigger the de minimis conservation considerations that would have been triggered by the postseason estimate, and therefore would have led to the investigation of factors related to the viability and resilience of Sacramento River fall Chinook and co-occurring stocks. And then again, cohort reconstruction, we pretty much covered during the methodology review. One thing that came up during the methodology review item was the sort of idea of kind of phased implementation of different parts. And so I would just point out, one other sort of partial application of the cohort reconstruction would be one performed for hatchery, the sort of hatchery component only, similar to what we do for winter Chinook, which might still give us exploitation rates better than the current SI. So again, I think what the work is suggesting was quite consistent with a sort of phased approach. It seems like the council has supported there. In terms of risk tables, the work group has continued their discussion of how risk tables might be applied to Sacramento fall Chinook. The EWG recommended use of risk tables to adjust harvest considerations for groundfish by documenting levels of uncertainty in stock assessments and ecosystem conditions. These concepts were advocated by the Habitat Committee to also apply to the stocks for which stoplight charts of ecosystem conditions have been developed. That's Sacramento and Klamath fall Chinook. The application of risk tables to salmon stocks was also discussed by the SSC in their review of the CCIA's report on development of risk tables. At the September 2024 meeting, the council tasked the EWG with further developing the risk table concept for Klamath and Sacramento Fall Chinook through meetings with salmon advisory bodies. The work group has drafted an initial concept for a risk table for Sacramento Fall Chinook, which was shared with the STT and SAS at the September 2024 council meeting. In this initial concept, uncertainty was conceptualized in terms of ecosystem considerations, forecasting uncertainties, and post-season retrospective analysis of forecasting performance and other demographic indicators. The work group sees potential value in further developing the risk table concept and how it could be used, and looks forward to coordinating with the CCIA team, the ecosystem work group, the STT, and other advisory bodies to improve the potential to incorporate ecosystem variability via risk tables for Sacramento Fall Chinook. Finally, we had some discussion of natural origin objectives and considering the full stock complex. The work group discussed the SSC's recommendation that the long-term goal should be development of natural origin objectives for consistency with a theoretical basis of MSY reference points, to reduce the risk of overharvest of the natural component, and to reduce the risk of ESA listing that could constrain future fishing opportunities. A fully developed cohort reconstruction would allow tracking natural origin dynamics and provide tools for forecasting it. Public comment during the second day of the June workgroup meeting also raised considerations around ensuring adequate escapement to each significant area and life history within the total Central Valley Fall Chinook stock complex, and raised the question of whether managing for the sustainability and resiliency of each component of the Central Valley Fall Chinook stock complex should be an explicit management goal. The workgroup notes the considerations around natural spawner abundance, genetics, substocks, and co-occurring stocks are explicitly triggered when de minimis provisions come into play at low forecasted abundance, but not otherwise. To date, no Sacramento Fall Chinook preseason forecast has been low enough to trigger the de minimis provisions. It is possible that natural origin or natural area forecasts would have been more likely to predict low abundance of natural spawners and trigger investigation of these factors. The workgroup also notes that there would be value in formally evaluating these questions for Sacramento Fall Chinook, even in years of higher forecasted abundance. That said, the workgroup agrees with the STT and the SSC that developing natural origin objectives could not be accomplished in the short term based on the available data, and thus plans to focus on natural area escapement for spawner recruit analyses in the near term. And that concludes the main body of the report. The technical appendix is further details on how we might convert across scales between natural area versus total escapement. But I think I'll just, at this point, pause to take any questions.
Okay. Questions for Dr. Satterthwaite on the working group report? Okay, wow, very good.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you. All right. Next up will be the CDFW report. Marcy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, the thinking has changed and we don't have a report on this item. So much appreciated.
I much appreciate you don't have a report. Given the time constraints we have here. All right. Actually, go to the SSC report and Dr. Satterthwaite. Oh, or Jason.
Just building on our discussion of recusals earlier, it did seem more appropriate for Dr. Schaffler to give the statement if he was still available. We just weren't sure if he would have to leave this soon. So,
okay, very good. All right, Dr. Schaffler, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And luckily my flight was delayed, so I have a few minutes. So I am Jason Schaffler. I am the SSC chair, and I will be reading agenda item F6B, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Sacramento River Fall Chinook Workgroup Progress Report and Recommendations. Will Satterthwaite provided an update on the progress of the Sacramento Fall Chinook Workgroup and discussed future avenues of work. The Sacramento Workgroup has made substantial progress on 6 aspects of Sacramento River Fall Chinook management, including development of new SMSY and FMSY reference points, conservation objectives, and control rules. The SSC is supportive of the Sacramento River Workgroup's work and recognizes the complexity involved in this work. The SSC reviewed the FMSY proxy and the cohort reconstructions for Sacramento Fall Chinook during the October 2024 salmon methodology review. Discussion of these topics is summarized in agenda item F2A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, which the council has already taken up. The fundamental challenge for the Sacramento Fall Chinook is that the stock is a composite of natural and hatchery origin fish. Current management reference points are defined in terms of this composite. Unfortunately, concepts such as SMSY and FMSY are not applicable to a composite stock because production may be largely or entirely decoupled from spawning abundance. There is no theoretically sound way to define abundance and harvest rate reference quantities for a composite stock that are roughly equivalent to SMSY and FMSY. Developing appropriate new methods would require substantial effort. SMSY and FMSY do have a sound theoretical basis for the natural origin component of these stocks, and the SSC supports the Sacramento River Workgroup's effort to estimate these quantities or appropriate proxies. Available data for Sacramento River Fall Chinook limit the ability to identify spawners of natural origin, and therefore the SSC supports the Sacramento River Workgroup proposal to measure SMSY in terms of natural area spawners. However, the current control rules and harvest planning models are based around total natural plus hatchery escapement for Sacramento Fall Chinook. So moving to natural area spawners would require altering several preseason planning tools. And that concludes the SSC statement. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions for Dr. Schaffler on the SSC report? Oh, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler, and happy to hear your flight was delayed. The last part there around supporting the concept of natural area spawners and SMSY, but also notes that it would require altering several preseason planning tools. And maybe I'm going to show my ignorance here, but I'm curious what those tools are and what that alteration would look like.
This would be the for example, the Sacramento, thank you, Ms. Ridings. This would be the Sacramento River Ocean Harvest Model and perhaps even some of the forecast models. I would defer to Will Satterthwaite if there's any additional, but those are two of the specific tools that we were thinking of.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions for the SSC? All right. Thank you. All right. Next up is the STT report, and I'm not going to guess who's going to read it. So, all right. Dr. O'Farrell, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be referring to agenda item F6B, Supplemental STT Report 1, the STT report on Sacramento Fall Chinook Workgroup Progress Report and recommendations. Salmon technical team has reviewed the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Ad Hoc Work Group's progress report and was briefed by SRWG Chair Will Satterthwaite on Wednesday, November 13th. The STT appreciates the extensive effort of the work group to outline current and planned work on these four items. 1, development of an exploitation rate corresponding to maximum sustainable yield, derivation of a spawning escapement level representative of MSY, development of a conservation objective for Sacramento Fall Chinook, and 4, use of a cohort reconstruction developed for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. In addition, the report identified some items which STT feedback was solicited. These items are addressed below. First one is potential alternatives to the estimate of FMSY optimal yield. Just pause here and say that it was kindly pointed out to us that that shouldn't be FMSY, it should be SMSY. And so I'd like to make a correction here on the floor on that and get together with council staff afterwards to make it correct if possible. Okay, so with that said, If the proposed estimate of FMSY is not adopted for use, there could be value in identifying an optimal level of production or yield as a management target. The Sacramento River Working Group is recommending further development of what an optimal level of production might be and identifies potential methods that could be used to develop this value. There's some precedent for identifying conservation objectives for salmon stocks that take into account needs for hatcheries and the capacity of natural spawning areas. For example, the conservation objective for Sacramento River Fall Chinook is partly based on providing adequate escapement of natural and hatchery production, and this language is retained in the Salmon Fishery Management Plan. However, Amendment 16 to the FMP specified that management should be based on the principle of MSY, which resulted in the current control rule for SRFC being based in part on the MSY value of 122,000 natural and hatchery area spawners. Conservation objective based on total escapement. The work group noted that the use of a conservation objective based on total escapement in place of a SMSY based based on natural area spawners could pose challenges for preseason planning models. While the Sacramento harvest model does not currently have a module that projects escapement to natural areas only, the Klamath Ocean harvest model has this capability, and the method used for Klamath River Fall Chinook could be modified for use with Sacramento River Fall Chinook. And that concludes our STT statement.
Okay. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the STT report? All right, I'm seeing that. Thank you, Mike. Okay, that takes care of our reports. Takes us to public comment, which I believe we have 2. All right. With that, we'll take Brian McLaughlin, followed by Amy Ferguson. Brian, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate your patience with me. My comments concern where the work group goes from here. In my earlier comments today, one of the items I touched upon is my concern that applying MSY-based models like the Ricker model and associated management measures in a coherent way to a composite stock like the Sacramento River Fall Chinook or the natural area component of that stock is like trying to jam a square peg into a round hole. It really just doesn't fit from a theoretical or perhaps even a practical perspective. And so I question whether a different approach to management might make more sense. And I note the federal regulations allows flexibility in this area, specifically with respect to Pacific salmon, to come up with flexible management approaches. So I'm not going to belabor that point because you've already heard it from the work group's reports, from Dr. Satherwaite, and from the SSC's reports. The MSY paradigm and related models typically used to develop reference points are not a good fit for a composite hatchery stock. And I would argue they're not a good fit either for a natural area component that is heavily augmented by hatchery fish spawning in natural areas. So we need to think outside this MSY box. On a related point, I'm concerned the council may be tempted to simply plug in new FMSY and SMSY numbers into the existing management paradigm. I don't think this is an advisable approach reflecting sound policy or science, especially without evaluating whether proposed management measures are likely to achieve the why. And what I mean by the why is this: why do we value sustaining natural area populations in the first place, such as conservation of genetic diversity, if any remains, local adaptation, and fitness and resiliency to adapt to climate change? And there's other possible values, of course. Why are we trying to sustain this population or this population component? And do aggregate MSY-based management measures serve these values? And for that matter, can these values even be sustained given prevailing habitat conditions? If potential harvest is going to be reduced, do the potential benefits justify the cost? As you know, National Standard 1 requires conservation and management measures to achieve optimal yield. And optimal yield requires consideration of pertinent economic, social, and ecological factors in an objective to provide the greatest overall benefit to the nation. Focusing on optimal yield provides an opportunity to identify the why and to weigh the costs and benefits of different management approaches. For example, in determining the greatest overall benefit to the nation, the Code of Federal Regulations provides that the council should give, quote, serious attention to a list of factors that expressly includes the viability of populations and evolutionary potential of species. I urge the council to provide guidance to the work group to incorporate optimum yield considerations in development of further proposed conservation and management measures, including reference points. I see this as consistent with what the work group's report said. However, in addition to hatchery and in-river harvest considerations mentioned in that report, I urge the council to provide guidance to the work group that optimum yield considerations should include population viability and evolutionary potential concerns and values. Thank you again.
Thank you, Brian. Question on Brian's testimony? Okay. I see none. Next up will be Amy Ferguson. Amy.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you, chair members, chairs and council members. My name is Amy Ferguson, and I'm the treasurer and a volunteer board member for the NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. I'm also an active sportswoman engaged in hunting and fishing in the state of California. One of my top priorities is having access to catching Chinook salmon in the inland waters of the state of California, and is why I decided to serve as a volunteer on the board of directors for NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. As you all are very well aware, the management that has transpired over the past decade has resulted in more than disappointing and unacceptable results for the inland fishery. We've missed escapement goals more than we have made them, and we have had so many modeling errors that this has caused many people in our community to abandon our favorite sport of fishing for Chinook salmon. Under the current FMP, the floor escapement goal has not been revised since 1984, even though it was supposed to be looked at by this council since 2011. Since the Red Bluff Diversion Dam was removed and an abundance of suitable habitat was made available for spawning. Our organization has been leading the coalition for many years to raise the floor escapement in the Sacramento Valley to once again allow the correct amount of Chinook salmon to escape the ocean and return to the Sacramento River and streams. We support the work that this work group has been doing, and we would like to make sure that the council understands the urgency that is needed to push this forward and moving on into a 2026 season. We cannot delay any longer. Not only does raising the floor escapement help the species, but it also allows for an equitable inland fishery that is yet to be considered by this council. Year after year, we watch hundreds of thousands of fish being killed in the ocean and a very minimal amount of fish being returned to the rivers. Our organization supports moving forward with higher escapement goals to make sure that we are supporting all sectors of the fishing community, especially recreational anglers that live in the inland waters of California or recreate there. It is obvious that we have to redo the model and possibly the harvest control rule because of the inaccuracies of modeling. Last year alone, with no fishing in 23, the model said that we would have 165,000 fish preseason, and the actual goal was around 134,000 fish, which is a 21% modeling error with no fishing. This year in 2024, the preseason estimates were 213,000 Chinook salmon in the ocean, but now here we are mid-November, and we're going to be lucky to see 122,000 fish, which is the minimum required escapement goal per the fisheries management plan, even though we closed the entire coast and inland waters. Furthermore, until the council can have a 95% confidence rate in its modeling, our organization is suggesting that we construct a buffer to make sure that we accurately and equitably distributing California's publicly trusted resource of Chinook salmon. I thank you all very much for your time, and I look forward to seeing what the department and this council does to mitigate these issues.
Thank you, Amy. Questions for Amy on her testimony? Okay. See no hands. Thank you, Amy. Okay, that concludes public comment. it takes us to council action, which is before you. So with that, open the floor for discussion. Don't jump all in the water at once here. Corey, you're always a reliable hand.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Or Grelnick.
I'll do you this favor. I'll get us started. I appreciate the report and all of the hard work that's gone into it by the work group and other folks in the process. I know the goal of basing our management on natural area spawners, and I think like we do in the Klamath. And I think that's the right thing to do, except that if we look at our natural areas over the last several years, we're seeing near extirpation in the upper Sacramento. And I'm just concerned, and unless and until that issue is resolved, we're going to be heavily hatchery based as we have been. And I wouldn't want to see the fishery, inland or ocean, unnecessarily constrained, provided we have adequate numbers of salmon returning, just because the upper Sacramento remains a salmon desert through no fault of the fishery or the council. Those are strictly a consequence of water policies over which we have no control. So I'll just get us started with that comment, which may go nowhere.
Thank you, Mark. All right. Boy, tough crowd. I would say, Angela, how I'm doing, but I know I'm floundering here, so somebody will bail me out. Corey Writings, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Grelnick, for starting us out. I'm just going to reiterate Mr. Grelnick's concerns about the impacts on these fish that have nothing to do with what this council does, or ocean impacts, and just the ongoing need to be paying attention to other entities and continuing to have our voice and raising fishermen's and conservationist voices to the need, this desperate need to make sure that our salmon survive. With that being said, in terms of the SMSY, in terms of natural area spawners, noting that that is a recommendation of the SSC, I voiced my support. So moving forward with the preseason planning tools that are needed to do that, and assuming when that comes back to the council with the season, we'd be able to look at those tools and again, get more advice from our advisors on if they are appropriate to use in the next year.
Thank you, Corey. Good. Marcy, your go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to apologize. I was having difficulty opening a file, and that file was the terms of reference of the work group that we adopted back in June of 2023. And just want to highlight that we're making progress. We've made quite a bit of progress here today in the methods review agenda item, which I think, and adopting the cohort reconstruction and thereby the outputs from that analysis that will be useful for the work group as they continue on the path, on their charge to revise our reference points, the conservation objective, and the harvest control rule. So just want to acknowledge that it looks like the work on FMSY is now complete, and the next step would be to derive the updated SMSY value. So that seems like the kind of next immediate near-term horizon task for them. Regarding the conservation objective, I think we've heard some discussion here today and input from the SSC on updating that conservation objective based on total escapement. So looking at natural and hatchery areas combined, and based on that revised or newly generated SMSY based on natural area spawners. Regarding the harvest control rule, looking for the work group to bring us back proposed modifications that would account for potential updates to the SMSY and in terms of an updated conservation objective. So they're well on their way. Appreciate the update here today, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Chair. I just have to complete the California set of comments. And again, this will be at the 30,000 foot level. Really appreciative of all the efforts underway to improve the science so that we can improve the monitoring, the management, and maybe allow this critter to survive. But I'm terribly troubled by the fact that so much is out of our hands. I think Mark explained it to me as we only have a certain set of knobs we can turn, and the really big ones someone else is turning. So I guess I'd like to ask two questions. One for the council in general. Are there things that we are doing or not doing that we should be doing to influence these other knobs? And maybe that's the National Marine Fisheries Service rather than the council. And ask the scientists, are you optimistic that with these additional efforts and these additional tools that will survive all these other stresses on the stock? Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you, Rebecca. That'd be a question for Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. On regard of the scientist view, I will not even attempt to speak for them. I think there's a lot of literature out there and information. We've had past rebuilding plans. There's a lot of background material in the work group reports that have been presented. I think that the council has had a lot of conversation with regard, is there anything else that the council can do? I think the conclusion of that, and I'm happy to defer to anyone else who feels differently, is that the council does have a limited amount of knobs. We can be persistent. We can demand accountability, which I think we've done through a variety of letters. Mr. Gorelnik has encouraged participation at various forums, meetings that are available to the public or available for representation. And I think the council has tried to take full advantage of those as far as I know. There has been outreach to our area offices that are directly involved in things like water policy. And there could always be invitations for those folks to come to speak to us and tell us in more depth. They have far more expertise in this than I do. That would be my answer to your question. Others may want to add to that.
Thanks, Susan. Okay. What about that?
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask the scientists, are you optimistic that with these additional tools and research?
I mean, you would like to have the SDT come up or the Will? Dr. Sadoway, could we invite you to the table?
Yeah, thanks for the interesting, thought-provoking, maybe not necessarily super easy to answer question. And obviously I can only speak for myself. So am I optimistic? I will maybe turn that to, can I find some reasons for optimism? I will try to be a little bit more glass half full. We do know that Chinook salmon have an incredibly resilient life history. You know, they have this evolutionary legacy of persisting through a lot of geological upheavals. They persisted through the gold rush. You know, I think there definitely is potential to respond to actions to try to improve their habitat, et cetera. That's tempered by they are, you know, the salmon that we work on are the southernmost Chinook salmon stocks. So they're already on the periphery of the species range. As climates change, they probably will feel that first and most severely. So again, there are, I think we can find some cause for optimism just sort of looking at the history of what the species has survived through. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Will. Rebecca, all right. Anybody else? Bush Smith.
I've watched this for quite a while, and we can make all these plans that we want, but if you don't have water, your plans don't work. And I haven't heard so far the recognition of one of the variables is habitat or water. And that's what I'm most worried about, that these guys in the audience sit on the dock for a lot of years, and we have all these going to cut production down. We're going to do this. And then when we do have good water years, there'd be nothing for them to fish on because we've planned it right down to nothing. So I would just, you know, hope that we're adding those variables in and accounting for them. Because if you get production too low, the peaks and valleys become Mojave Desert to Mount McKinley, and instead of rolling hills. And I just caution my friends from California living through this up north that they watch out for that. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Butch. All right. Okay. Angela, how are we doing here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council. I think you're doing very well. You've listened to the work group report, and you've noted that they've had these items that were approved for methodology review, and they're able to move forward in a stepwise fashion on the rest of their terms and reference that they're making great progress on. So I think with that, your work here in this agenda item is complete.
Okay, thank you. And great work, everyone, to get us caught up a little bit. So with that, I'll turn to Vice Chair Hassemer to bring us home. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope you won't regret turning the gavel over to me. I will turn to Angela for an introduction of the next agenda item. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Shifting over a little bit to halibut now. So this is agenda item G1, 2025 catch sharing plan and annual regulations final. So as described in COP 9, the council is soliciting proposed changes to the Pacific halibut catch sharing plan for area 2A, and those are included as attachments 1 and 2 for annual fishery regulations at its September meeting. And then here in November, the council was scheduled to take final action after reviewing public and agency comments. So in September of 2024, the council did adopt for public review recreational changes for Area 2A for fishing regulations proposed by Washington, Oregon, and California Departments of Fish and Wildlife.
Sorry. We need to pause for a few minutes here to change some seats. My apologies for rushing into that. Counting down from 1 minute for resumption of activities. 1 minute. All right, thank you. My apologies for rushing forward and not scanning the table and realizing this great change from salmon into flatfish. So now let's begin the next agenda item. And Angela, would you please start again? Sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So this is again, agenda item G1, 2025 catch sharing plan and annual regulations final. So in September, the council did adopt for public review recreational changes to the Area 2A Pacific Halibut catch sharing plan proposed by Washington, Oregon, and California Departments of Fish and Wildlife. And these proposed changes are described in the attachments to this agenda item. The council also did request at that meeting that the National Marine Fisheries Service explore additional options in addition to status quo for the non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery that would improve flexibility in this fishery. So under this agenda item, NMFS is anticipated to provide a report that includes information on catch to date for Pacific halibut in 2024 and the feasibility of the options for the DC halibut fishery requested by the council in September. And there are supplemental reports from each of the states. The council is also going to be receiving an update on the outcomes of the International Pacific Halibut Commission's Management Strategy Advisory Board meeting that occurred at the end of November. Your council action under this agenda item is to adopt final changes to the 2025 Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan as necessary, and to adopt final changes to the 2025 Annual Fishery Regulations as necessary. I already touched on most of the supplemental reports you have on this under this agenda item. There is also there's also a report from the Groundfish Advisory Panel and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and you do not have anyone signed up for public comment.
All right, thank you. Let me look around quickly and make sure everybody understands. No questions on the overview. With that, I'm first going to turn to Lynn Mattis for an update on the IPHC Management Strategy Advisory Board meeting. Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair. It was the end of October. IPHC held their 20th MSAB meeting, which is to go over the management strategy evaluation. Area 2A was well represented with Mr. Tom Marking, who is one of the original MSAB members, representing recreational fisheries, Scott Mazzoni and Emily Fitting for tribal fisheries, Michelle Conrad with commercial fisheries, and myself representing the council. We constituted approximately half of the attendees of the meeting. Unlike some previous MSAB meetings, there wasn't a big US-Canada divide on key issues at this meeting, which was good. Main topics of discussion were the primary MSC objectives and associated performance metrics. In particular, we talked about some new objectives surrounding minimum spawning stock biomass, as well as the minimum TCEY needed to keep the halibut fishery economically viable, and that's on a coast-wide basis, Alaska, Canada, and the US West Coast. And also trying to look at an objective to look at separating fishing effects from environmental effects on the stock. Even if there is no fishing, what would the stock of halibut be doing? We talked about the evaluation of some management procedures and a draft harvest strategy policy. Those documents are available. If anybody's interested, I can point you in the direction. We also talked about, and Dr. Alan Hicks did some modeling and looking at IPHC looking at going to a triennial assessment, having an assessment once every 3 years. I have asked for some clarification on how the TCY is going to be set in the non-assessment years, but I haven't heard back yet. I'm not sure if it's set it at that 1 year and what comes out we have for the next 3 years, or if there'll be something like an update assessment or a catch-only projection in those off years. I'm still waiting for that feedback. We also had discussion about the survey design. IPHC continues to struggle with funding their FIS, what they call FIS, Fisheries Independent Setline Survey. Their primary objective is revenue neutrality. They want the survey to pay for itself, and it has not been able to do that in a number of years. The simulations show that if they move from their to the core, what they're calling a core design from a full survey design, this is only surveying certain core areas. The coastwide median TECY would decline by approximately 450,000 pounds or an estimated $2.7 million to the fishery. The median TCEY in the simulations decreased by another 450,000 pounds, $2.7 million, with a reduced core design. So these are two different step downs from a full survey. We also had a fair discussion about the non-economic value loss by reducing the FIS survey. We lose a lot of information on the stock on the edges of the survey area, as well as cooperative projects like the rockfish projects they work with WDFW and ODFW and spiny dogfish and other areas. So that was the overall assessment or overall meeting. The group has decided that instead of 1 3-day meeting, now we're going to try to look at 2.5 to 2 day meetings, one in the spring and then one sometime late fall or late summer, early fall, just prior to the IPHC interim meeting. The day after the MSAB meeting, the IPHC had a special session on Halloween. This was to discuss survey design for 2025. The commissioners adopted a reduced survey design. So this is at that lower level, the reduced core survey, the one that loses an additional 450,000 pounds. So they're going to be sampling 517 stations instead of 1,100 this year. However, this year it does include 2 areas in Area 2A, an area off of Northern Washington and an area off of Central Oregon. To help fund this, the U.S. State Department has allocated approximately $400,000 to help fund the survey in Area 2A and up in 4CDE, which is up around St. Paul and St. Matthew Islands. Even with that, they estimate there's going to be approximately a $1 million deficit from the 517 survey stations in 2025. The commissioners did agree to, on a 1-year basis, take that $1 million deficit from their approximately $3 million reserve, sort of like the reserve that we as a council have. That is not sustainable in the long run, but it's a one-off to try to get through this year. So those are the 2 updates I have. I can try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lynn. Any questions for Ms. Mattis on the IPHC update? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Lynn. Next, we'll move to the National Marine Fisheries Service report. Josh Lindsay. Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for going to Ms. Mattis first, as I was a little winded there running into the meeting, so I appreciate it. The NIFS report you see before you is the traditional November NIFS report we provide with some updates on where we stand on landings. Just to note, for the total 2A, we were tracking about 2% higher than we were at this point last year. The other aspects I would just highlight, there were some questions provided or asked of NIMS to bring back a bit of guidance on potential changes primarily to the directed fishery. Those start on page 8 of the NIMS report. Just to highlight a couple of things there. These are topics that we know are of interest to the council. They are topics that we have independently been reviewing as well. If these are things that the council would like to continue just to discuss, just would note that some of them are a bit in conflict in terms of having longer fishing periods along with higher period limits. Those two probably aren't something we can accomplish. Longer fishing periods would likely result in lower fishing limits and vice versa. But I understand there's maybe some different perspectives on that from different components of the fishery. In terms of the timing and the announcements of those fishing periods and fishing limits, I think as the council is aware, we were able to develop a system where we're able to announce the first 2 openers and vessel limits ahead of the season, moving into any sort of third or other fishing period. Those are things we need to do in season. We have been exploring ways to both announce those dates ahead of time. That's an ability we think we do have now. However, the limits would need to still come in season. But we are also exploring some methods of announcement that might allow us to announce both the fishing limits and the fishing periods in season and within the 2-week time frame that it seems most of the industry is desiring beyond, instead of the 3-week that we're in now. Not in this report. I know there's still interest in better understanding how the IPHC reaches the FCY from the TCY. We provided a report from the IPHC in September. We have not been able to have substantive conversations again with IPHC staff on that. We have touched on it with them. We are willing to work with the council on continuing to have everyone have a better understanding of how that formula is calculated each year, but I don't have an update on that at the moment. And that's it for my NIMS report, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the NIMS report? No hands. Thank you, Josh. Next, we'll go to the state reports. We're going to start with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'll turn back to Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We've had our report and since the advanced briefing book, even though it's a short report, I'm not going to read it all. After the September meeting, we went out and we did have a public meeting. Not that great attendance, but there was agreement on all of the proposals that we had put forward in September. All of these are intended to provide some additional flexibility and ability to hopefully better utilize the Oregon recreational allocation. So these are option 1, if regulatory area 2A FCEY is 1.2 million or greater, allocate 10,000 pounds of the subquota to the Central Oregon Coast nearshore fishery and shift the remaining to the all depth seasons. Option 2, remove language from the catch sharing plan, limiting the Central Oregon Coast subarea all depth seasons to 2 or 3 day openers per week. Option 3, start the Central Oregon Coast subarea summer all depth fishery on August 1st instead of the first Thursday in August. Option 4, if the entire Central Oregon Coast subarea quota is below 50,000 pounds prior to August 1st, the summer all depth season will open every other week. And option 5, if the entire Central Oregon Coast subarea quota is 30,000 pounds or greater following Labor Day weekend, the season can open every week. In the Columbia River subarea, we recommend adopting the catch sharing plan changes that WDFW is recommending for that subarea, and we have no proposed changes for the Southern Oregon subarea. With that, I'll try to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Mattis on the Oregon report? No questions there. Thank you, Lynn. We'll move to Washington. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I will summarize WDFW report 1 under this agenda item. WDFW met with stakeholders in August to develop alternatives for public review, and again in October to review the alternatives and recommend season structure for 2025. We had a successful 2024 season, catching 98% of the Washington sport quota. We appreciate the flexibility to utilize halibut quota available from the Oregon sport fishery to keep the fishery open through the end of the season on September 30th. Had this provision not been in place based on our catch projections, we likely would have closed all sub areas before September 30th, canceling scheduled dates to avoid exceeding the quota. Our catch did ultimately remain within the Washington sport allocation, and the amount transferred is available to other states if needed. We appreciate the flexibility this new feature adds to managing recreational opportunity, and thank NIMS for undertaking the additional rulemaking to make it happen. Stakeholder input during the public meetings was supportive of continuing season structures similar to 2024 with some modest adjustments. The season recommendations for the 2025 season reflect greater comfort that the proposed sub-area schedules are not likely to risk closures before the end of May. However, some uncertainty remains in flexibility in the number of days per week, and the ability to share allocation between sub-areas will remain important to meet objectives for the Washington sport fishery. Because the 2025 Area 2A allocation won't be determined until January 2025, the recommendations include alternative season structures, which are dependent on the 2A FCEY for the North Coast, Columbia River, and Puget Sound areas. For 2025, the Columbia River sub-area recommendation includes a new feature where a number of backup days planned for June are contingent on a predetermined amount of quota remaining by a predetermined decision date in May. Backup days would only open if the Columbia River remaining sub-area quota was at least 55% as of May 25th. The intent with this approach is to build flexibility into the catch sharing plan that is transparent and relies less on in-season actions. Our recommended season structure for Puget Sound is option 1, which is status quo, except that it adds Saturday, May 24th, if the 2A FCEY is at least 1.3 million pounds. And if the 2A FCEY is less than 1.3 million pounds, open 3 days per week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in June. The option adds the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend if the 2A FCEY is at least 1.3 million pounds, and reduces the schedule in June compared to status quo should the FCEY be less than 1.3 million pounds. For the South Coast sub-area, the recommendation is for option 1, which is status quo, except Sunday, May 25th would be added to the schedule. This recommendation represents stakeholder input, which requested adding Sunday, May 25th of Memorial Day weekend to the status quo schedule approved in September. This addition provides continuity with the schedule and offers halibut fishing opportunity during the long holiday weekend. For the Columbia River sub-area, the recommended option is option 2, and that is described if the 2A FCEY is at least 1.3 million pounds, the fishery would be open May 1 through May 30th, 3 days per week, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. And for June 1 through 29, 3 days per week, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday as fixed dates, with 2 days per week, Monday and Tuesday, as backup dates to be opened if at least 55% of the sub-area quota remains as of May 25th. If the 2A FCEY is less than 1.3 million pounds, open May 1 through May 30th, 3 days per week, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and June 1 through 29, 3 days per week, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Under this option, if the FCEY is at least 1.3 million pounds, the recreational fishery would not open on Monday, June 23rd or Tuesday, June 24th, to reduce interaction with the commercial directed halibut fishery, which typically opens the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the last full week of June. Under this option, both fisheries would be open on Thursday. Stakeholders in the Columbia River sub-area requested a season structure that maintains a 3-day per week schedule similar to 2024, but swaps Tuesday with Friday. Instead of opening Thursday, Sunday, and Tuesday, the Columbia River sub-area would be open Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Columbia River stakeholders recognize the uncertainty associated with consecutive day openers and for potential effort shift from other sub-areas closed on Friday, but felt this structure supports local fishery needs. And under this option, should the FCEY be less than 1.3 million pounds, the Columbia River backup date feature is dropped and no Monday or Tuesday would be open in June. These recommendations are detailed in the WDFW report. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hall on the Washington report? Seeing no hands, thank you, Heather. Next, we will move to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a brief report from us regarding our proposed changes to the CSP for California. We propose some minor changes that better align fishery in-season provisions for California with those of Oregon and Washington, and would modify the language in the south of Point Arena sub-area to more accurately reflect the intent of the fish for that sub-area. The proposed changes would describe the process and criteria for unused quota from the Northern California coast sub-area to be transferred to and utilized in the south of Arena sub-area in season. The modification will increase flexibility within the California coast sub-area and allow for greater utilization of the quota while ensuring catch stays within the California coast sub-area quota. CDFW affirms our support for these changes that were adopted for public review back in September and will work with NIMFS and council staff to finalize the wording for inclusion in the 2025 CSP and implementing regs. Moving to the topic of the Area 2A commercial discard mortality estimate calculation, at the September meeting, we requested additional information on the discard mortality estimate calculations. We're looking for either additional line items in the detailed sector mortality information table, which is shown on page 2 of our report in figure 1. And this is from the IPHC website. It's the mortality projection tool. So we're looking either for additional line items or a separate table that breaks out the component parts included in the commercial discards and O26 non-directed discards estimates in the non-FCEY portion of the table for Area 2A. The line items or detail, however you wish to provide it, should include both treaty and non-treaty discard estimates along with their respective data sources. The addition of line items for the component parts of the non-FCEY estimates for Area 2A will aid in transparency and better understanding the steps taken between the TCEY and FCEY for 2025 and beyond. In discussion at the September meeting, NIMFS indicated that additional information would be provided, and we look forward to these important accounting details as the amount of discards included as part of the non-FCEY removals directly impacts the remaining amount of the TCEY available for directed fishery removals per the Area 2A CSP. Just want to acknowledge, appreciate Josh's update and his willingness to work through this with IPHC as we approach the annual meeting process. So we'll look forward to the outcomes of those discussions and just want to thank you for keeping that front and center.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions on the California report? Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Scott Hartzell. Good afternoon, Scott. There's a button for the microphone there.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay. Scott Hartzell, commercial fisherman, fixed gear rep for the Gap. I'm here today to articulate a prepared statement by the Gap. Agenda item G2A, supplemental Gap report 1. Groundfish advisory subpanel report on commercial fishery regulation changes. Vessel monitoring system, Seabird avoidance, and catch reporting. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, GAP, discussed the 3 proposed actions under this agenda item and continues to support the alternatives as delineated in our September.
Excuse me a minute. Scott, are you reading GAP report 1 or?
Only that one? Okay. Sorry, I'm new to this, so.
All right.
We'll make it much shorter. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Pacific Halibut 2025 Catch Sharing Plan and Annual Regulations Final. Sport Fisheries, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel GAP supports the recommended changes to the Pacific Halibut Sport Regulations presented in supplemental reports, Washington, Oregon, and California. Non-tribal directed commercial fishery, the GAP continues to recommend the Pacific Fishery Management Council consider reviewing how the non-tribal DC fishery is structured. As noted in September agenda F1A supplemental GAP report 1, September 24, GAP members recommend analysis and consideration of longer fishing periods that would more align with a groundfish trip limit structure, e.g. a monthly or bi-monthly limit for a single period. Moving to an incidental limit for the tiered fishery or all sablefish fisheries south of Point Chehalis, or other fishery management structures that would change the current derby structure. It would be helpful for marketing. It would also be safer for fishermen because they could choose their fishing times based on better weather and increase fishermen flexibility in making business decisions. Non-tribal DC fishery participants have said they appreciate the openers taking place every 2 weeks, as it was when the fishery was managed by the International Pacific Halibut Commission. We recommend this option for future seasons as soon as possible.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hartzell on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? I see no questions. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
And next we have a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report, Ryan Johnson. To give that report, good afternoon, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading the SAS report for 2025 catch sharing and annual regulations. The SAS appreciates the council directing NIMS to explore the recommendations the SAS made in their September 24 statement and the recommendations made by the Groundfish subpanel. 2025 DC halibut fishery structure. The SAS maintains the recommendation made in September that the DC halibut season should be a status quo of 3-day openers no more than 2 weeks apart. The SAS also recommends the preliminary fishing period dates are announced prior to the start of the DC halibut fishery. These options would make the fishery easier to plan for and safer to participate in. Application deadlines for permits. The SAS reiterates that moving the application permit deadline would allow participants to be to make better informed economic decisions when deciding whether to apply for a DC halibut permit or an incidental salmon troll permit. The SAS has been making this recommendation for a number of meetings and hopes changes to the permit deadlines can be made for the 2025 season, recognizing that the federal rulemaking process may not make this possible. The SAS maintains the recommendation from September that the application deadline should be changed to March 15th for the incidental salmon troll permit and April 30th for the DC fishery permit, but would further recommend a deadline for the incidental salmon troll permit be as late as possible. And that's the end of our statement.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Johnson on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the report, Mr. Johnson. And we have some folks who maybe are a little newer around the table. The impetus for the delay in the permit deadline, that's to allow you guys to have a better idea what a salmon season might look like, or even if you're going to have a salmon season. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think that the February 15th date currently, a lot of states don't even have their forecast meeting yet. We don't have any North of Falcon meetings. And then if we could move it to March 15th, we would have a fairly good chance that it would be after PFMC 1. But the later we can make it, the better, because things happen between March and April in the salmon world, and guys would be able to change their choice. So yes, thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Ryan. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. On my screen, I see no public comment, but I need to confirm. There is no public comment. Thank you. So that will take us to council discussion and action. 2 items there, final changes to the 2025 halibut catch sharing plan and final changes to the 2025 annual fishery regulations. With that slight pause, we'll look around and see who's going to start discussion. Heather Hall.
Thank you. And I didn't get my hand up earlier when Josh was reading the NIMS report, but I really wanted to offer appreciation for the items you walked through on page 8 in responses to questions that we have been asking as we've been going along the last couple of years, and I found it to be really helpful. And thanks for continuing to try to engage on that TCEY, FCEY question that we've had and that was brought up in the CDFW report.
Thank you. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to quickly follow up on that, I realized after the fact that I failed to mention the permit aspect that Mr. Johnson brought up, and that is in there as well, and something we are actively exploring, and we do think we could get to a March 15th date. I know that's not ideal for everyone, but that is something we're also still hoping to move forward here in the next year or so, depending on workload and other actions at play.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Heather Hall?
This isn't discussion, but I do have a motion if we're ready to move to that.
I haven't seen any hands, so let's have your motion.
Well, I'm hoping that they have been received at the Tower of Power. Sweet. G1 WDFW motion 1, area 2A catch sharing plan. That should say final changes. Thank you. I move that the council adopt the season structure and changes to the catch sharing plan for 2025 as recommended in agenda item G1A WDFW report 1, ODFW report 1, and supplemental CDFW report 1.
Thank you. As I followed along, that language on the screen looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Is there a second? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think the three reports outline nicely the work that the state agencies did working with stakeholders to develop preliminary alternatives and a final recommendation that reflects our input from stakeholders and the public and discussions we've been having since September. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hall, for combining the motions instead of us normal three individual motions. I think all three of us states are trying to find ways to provide the most utilization of the most opportunity to utilize our quota, not knowing what our quota is. We do this process in November and we get our quota in January. So this is just an attempt to try to line up our season so that we can work with NIMS in season once we get our quota and utilize our fishery the best we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Further discussion? Not seeing any. I'll call for the question here. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. I believe that takes care of the first piece. Looks like Heather Hall has her hand up. Heather.
Thank you. This last motion covered the sport part of this agenda item, and I do have a motion that would cover the directed commercial season dates there. Thank you. WDFW motion 2, directed halibut season structure. I move that the council adopt the following season structure for the commercial non-tribal directed halibut fishery in 2025. The 2025 season will consist of a series of 3-day openings, each beginning at 8 a.m. Tuesday, ending at 6 p.m. on Thursday of that week. The first opening would be on the 4th Tuesday in June. The second opening would be 2 weeks after the first opener, and the third opening would aim to be 2 weeks after the second opener, but no later than 3 weeks after the second opener. Subsequent openings would occur as soon as possible. Notice of the dates for the first 3 openers would be announced in the Federal Register prior to the start of the season.
That language on the screen appeared accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. This motion is largely status quo. And the only thing I did, the motion describes is the third opener, and it's intended to recognize the work that NIMS is doing to address some of the comments we heard from the gap in the SAS, and that's narrowing the time between the openers to 2 weeks. I know they're working on that. So the way this is described is it would be 2 weeks if possible, but no longer than 3 weeks. So there's a range in there, and it provides that expectation, but also some flexibility as needed.
All right. Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. It seems like you're hearing from Ms. Hall and I a lot here on this item. Supportive of this, it is primarily status quo. Do want to make note that there's some things that the GAP requested that are not addressed in the motion. Those are things that are outside of the scope of what we can do right now. But we do think there needs to be some bigger discussion moving forward, somehow taking a holistic look at this directed commercial halibut fishery. When we as a council and NIPS took over management of this fishery from IPHC, we agreed to let it run status quo for a couple of years and then take a look at it, figure out how we did things, then take a look at it. And I think it'll come up some under the next agenda item and maybe under workload planning too. But we may need to start thinking about how and when and who might be available to start looking at this commercial halibut fishery, directed fishery, and how we can better utilize the resource. So it is out there. We are thinking about it. It is being discussed. It's just not something that's available under this action today. Just wanted to make sure that the members of the GAP were aware that we're not ignoring it. It's just not anything we can do right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, I will call a question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. I think with those two items, I'm going to turn to Angela. Lynn Mattis.
Sorry, you're not getting rid of me quite so quickly. I think we've got the formal motions done, but was hoping we could provide some informal guidance to NIMFs to try to address the license application timing issue as requested by the SAS. I know you all said in your report you were looking into it. We would just like to further encourage looking into that. I don't think we need a formal motion to say, please go do that, but just wanted to the guidance that if you could continue to look in that to help our especially our salmon folks, we would appreciate it. And now I think I'm done under this agenda item.
All right. And I will pause, look around and see if there's any other discussion. Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Apologies. I just wanted to briefly follow up on Ms. Mattis's comment. Yes, that's something we're happy to do. And I think absent of even a request, it was something that we intended to continue to do. And this may be a little bit of a preview of some of the discussion to come under G2, but I also failed to highlight one aspect in the NIMS report, and that is the list of regulatory actions that went into managing this fishery this year, which is 15. Between the months of February and October, there was at least one Federal Register notice engaged with this fishery, which is a pretty heavy regulatory workload. So it is something that we are actively looking at, and it'll need to be part of the conversation of any sort of other thing, whether or not it's moving the permit date or potential other changes that, some of these we do see the benefit of looking into. And I know workload is a difficult one to bring into the conversation, but unfortunately in this case, it is, given the way that we've sort of developed the fisheries for this commercial and recreational fishery and the inherent regulatory nature of it, that adding on will be difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Further discussion? Angela, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have adopted final changes to the 2025 Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan and for the annual fishery regulations. So your work on this item is complete.
All right, let me scan once more before I close the agenda item, make sure we didn't miss anything. Not seeing any hands. That completes work on agenda item G1. Let me pause for 30 seconds here before we jumped. All right, thank you. Let me have Angela give the overview on this agenda item, and then we'll proceed. Angela.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item G2, commercial fishery regulation changes, vessel monitoring systems, seabird avoidance, and catch reporting final. I will be going through a presentation on this, so I'll kind of be brief on the situation summary just to not be repeating myself, but this is a consideration of 3 changes for management measures to the non-tribal DC halibut fishery. And in September, you did review these 3 changes that we will be going into in more detail in the presentation, and reviewed some draft analytical documents related to them and did adopt one preliminary preferred alternative. And since September, we have added additional information on the impacts of the action analysis and the draft analytical document based on the discussions that happened in that September meeting. And there's also going to be a report from the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement on some features and security requirements for VMS, for a VMS unit to be properly approvable by the Office of Law Enforcement, just to provide some more context to a discussion that the council had on wireless and other VMS systems in September. So at this meeting, the council should consider the information provided as well as any advisory body reports and public comments, and then select your final preferred alternative for each of these actions. You will have, in addition to this OLE report that I mentioned, a report from the enforcement consultants, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and there are currently 4 public comments signed up.
Thank you. And before we get started, I make sure that's clear. We would like to get through all our reports in the public comment today, and then likely take a break and come back tomorrow for any motions to finish this up. There's a roundtable tonight. There are some other activities. So right now, that's the plan. So let's charge forward and get through our reports here and then proceed. So I'm going to turn it back to Angela because you have the presentation to introduce this.
Sorry, we're just going to work through some screen sharing. All right, apologies, and thank you very much for your patience. So this is an overview of this agenda item, the 3 measures for the commercial fishery regulation changes, vessel monitoring system, seabird avoidance, and catch reporting. This is a similar presentation to what you received in September with some additional information. I will be kind of going briefly over those slides that we already looked at, but spending more time on the changes that have been made since then. So there are 3 actions for the council to consider under this agenda item. In general terms, the first action would require that all vessels participating in the non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery carry and operate a vessel monitoring system. The second action would require all vessels in the DC halibut fishery using bottom longline gear to deploy streamer lines when setting gear. And the third would require that all commercial fish receiving tickets for landings of Pacific halibut record both pounds and numbers of fish. So these items have come up a number of times over the past years. And as I noted, the most recent time was in September, when the council clarified your problem statement for each of the action items, selected a preliminary preferred alternative for action 2, the seabird avoidance measures, and added an additional alternative under the third action, the catch reporting item. And so your task for today is to review and discuss the information provided in the materials attached to this agenda item, and to select a final preferred alternative for each action. For action 1, the council should consider the cost of VMS compared to the benefits of increased vessel location information and impacted vessels. For action 2, the council should consider the cost of streamer lines compared to the potential benefits to seabirds. And for action 3, the council should take into consideration the extent of the currently identified problem compared to the potential benefits of acquiring additional catch data, and clarify for staff the extent of any new reporting requirements. So actions 1 and 2 fall under the Halibut Act, and therefore the council does have authority to develop regulations for all convention waters. And what this means is for the VMS or seabird avoidance measures action, you should specify if this would apply for just the EEZ or for all convention waters, so state waters and the EEZ. And the DC halibut fishery does occur in the convention waters of IPHC Area 2A south of Point Chehalis and is subject to a number of closed areas, including the Trawl Rockfish Conservation Area. This area was modified by Amendment 32 to the Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. And this FMP also created additional discrete closed areas for both groundfish and DC halibut vessels. So the participants that would be impacted by proposed actions 1 and 2 would be those participating in the DC halibut fishery. There are no limits to the number of participants in this fishery, and it has been seen by many as a great entry level point, as permit costs and startup costs are relatively low compared to other fisheries. As noted earlier, the fishery is managed through a series of fishing period openings, and this changed from these 10-hour openings in 2020 to a series of 58-hour openings. There was 5 in 2020, 3 from 2021 through 2023, and then 5 last year. So there's also halibut caught incidentally in the salmon troll fishery and the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. These incidental catch allowances for these fisheries are set by a ratio of either number in pounds of fish landed to number of Chinook or pounds of sablefish. And so, for example, for salmon, this has been a ratio of 1 halibut plus 1 halibut for every 2 Chinook. And for and with that, there's a 35 Chinook halibut limit per trip. And for sablefish, 2 halibut plus 150 pounds of halibut for 1,000 pounds of sablefish. So now walking through each of the action items in a little bit more detail and touching on the changes that were made from September. In September, the council specified their problem statement to consider VMS requirements for this fishery, noting that VMS would help with detecting if vessels only retaining halibut are fishing in closed areas that are intended to protect overfished and rebuilding species and sensitive habitats. And you noted that for such closed areas, VMS can be used by enforcement to ensure the closed area regulations are not being violated, and that the intended benefits of these closed areas to protect groundfish species and habitats are not diminished. There are 3 alternatives under this action that the council would be requested to specify if they do go with alternative 1. There was no preliminary preferred alternative selected for this action in September. So there is the no action alternative, and under alternative 1, the council would need to specify if this would be applicable, VMS requirement would be applicable in just the EEZ or all convention waters. If the ping rate would be 4 times per hour, so once every 15 minutes, which is consistent with groundfish regulations, or once per hour, which would be less costly, or the VMS status requirement, whether the VMS unit needs to be on year round, or only when a vessel is actively participating in the DC halibut fishery and fishing. When trying to get at the number of potentially impacted individuals for both Action 1 and Action 2, we looked at active participants in the DC halibut fishery that do not also retain groundfish. Those retaining groundfish are already subject to VMS and streamerline requirements. So this left an estimated 6 vessels, and I will do note that this does just consider the number of active participants, and that in any given year, there is a larger number of individuals that do obtain a DC halibut permit than participate. And also, since this is an open access fishery, this number could change going forward. So this is the same cost information that was provided in September. And just the big takeaway here again is that the cost in the first year, so that year that the VMS unit is purchased and operated, under either the lowest cost combination of options or the highest cost combination of options, could approach or exceed the average ex-vessel revenue for landings of Pacific halibut in that year for vessels in vessel classes A, B, or C, so those smaller vessel classes. VMS would help enforcement detect any violations with closed area regulations if violations are occurring and going undetected. There may be negative impacts to habitats and depleted rockfish stocks that these areas are meant to protect. but the degree of any negative impact would be associated with the number of vessels and the number of violations that are going undetected. And for this action, we are currently estimating that this is 6 vessels. In the past few years, OLE has cited 1 non-BMS equipped vessel fishing in a closed area during the DC halibut fishery, and approximately 1 violation per year on vessels participating in this fishery and equipped with VMS. VMS requirements on these vessels could reduce the time and resources enforcement spends on monitoring for closed area violations, and the resources could then be freed up and be used to monitor for compliance with other regulations. Moving on to the second action in this item is the seabird avoidance measures. So in your problem statement specified in September, you noted that this may be necessary to reduce the potential for seabirds to get entangled in longline fishing gear and address the difficulty in identifying seabird avoidance gear requirements during the DC halibut fishery. This is because during the DC halibut fishery, vessels that are also retaining groundfish are required to use streamer lines, but vessels only retaining halibut are not. And so if enforcement does observe a vessel setting gear, but it does not deploy streamer lines, then enforcement must approach this vessel to know if they are also fishing for groundfish and in violation, or if they are just fishing for halibut. There have been no seabird conservation concerns identified for the DC halibut fishery, but streamer lines have been identified as a way to reduce interactions with seabirds. And so this action is intended to reduce risks to seabirds by aligning regulations with those in place for groundfish longline vessels as they use similar gear and fish in the same area during the same time. The council did select a preliminary preferred alternative for this action in September, and that was requiring the use of streamer lines on vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery using bottom longline gear, only in and with the applicable waters being the EEZ. The direct cost associated with this alternative would be the cost to purchase the streamer line. And as of this summer, 1 streamer line costs around $200. Vessels greater than 55 feet would need to purchase 2 streamer lines, as these would be the same regulations that are in place for groundfish vessels, with vessels 26 to 55 being required to use 1 and vessels over 55 feet required to use 2. So there have been programs in the past that could distribute free streamer lines or provide funding for streamer lines. None of those programs do currently have funding available. So at this time, we're asking the council to consider that these costs would be fully bared by the individuals. So as noted, streamer lines have been identified to reduce the potential for interactions with seabirds and fishing gear. And similar to the first, there would be a reduction in enforcement resources spent determining if a seabird avoidance violation, gear violation has occurred, because all vessels participating in this halibut fishery would now be having the same seabird avoidance gear requirements. There is already current outreach to inform vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery of seabird avoidance requirements. That includes an email bulletin that is sent to those sign up to receive emails from the National Marine Fisheries Service about this fishery, and a web story that the Office of Law Enforcement puts out in preparation for this fishery starting. And alternative 1 would require increased outreach to vessels now required to adhere to these seabird avoidance measures, but this could benefit compliance under both no action or alternative 1. The third and final action under consideration here today is a modification to catch reporting requirements. So the council requested that fish tickets in the DC halibut, salmon troll, and primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, so those commercial fisheries, include both pounds and number of halibut landed. The council stated this may help better understand how the fisheries are operating and potential ease future modification of regulations as this fishery potentially evolves. But recording number of fish landed by participants in the DC halibut fishery is not necessary for management at this time, because this fishery sub-allocations are managed in pounds and not number of fish. The council did also express that determining if these incidental landing limits, particularly in the salmon troll fishery, have been reached may be difficult if number of fish are not recorded. Given that the incidental limit is set as a ratio of number of fish and total trip limits. I did want to touch on the current reporting requirements that are in place for each of these fisheries and which fisheries are recording weight and which are recording weight and number of fish. So federal ground fish requirements do already require that both weight and number of halibut landed on electronic fish tickets be recorded. And this means that any halibut landed by vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery and also fishing for ground fish or landing halibut incidentally with sablefish already are recording both pounds and number of fish. For halibut landed incidentally in the salmon troll fishery, both pounds and number of fish are explicitly required in Washington state regulations. So this is recorded on those state fish tickets, but this is not explicitly required in California state regulations. So this action, you have the no action alternative or alternative 1, which is what we looked at in September, requiring fish receiving tickets for landings of halibut from vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery and only landing halibut include both weight and number of fish. And then the additional alternative that was added in September, which is requiring fish receiving tickets for landing of halibut from any commercial vessel include both weight and number of halibut landed. And for this action, the council did not select any preliminary preferred alternative. So in considering the potentially affected entities for this action, under both alternative 1 and alternative 2, dealers filling out fish tickets from landings of Pacific halibut by vessels only landing Pacific halibut in the DC fishery would be impacted. And that would be around 9 to 11 dealers looking at landings in recent years. Under alternative 2, you would also be impacting dealers filling out fish receiving tickets from incidental landings of Pacific halibut from vessels participating in the salmon troll fishery. And this number of impacted individuals would vary on the problem that the council is specifically trying to address here and the resulting implementing regulations. So if the council is really wanting this to be focused on California, where these requirements are not already in place, we'd be looking at impacted dealers in that state. Since 2020, there have been no incidental landings of halibut in California, but also do want to remind the council that the fishery has been closed for the last 2 years. And then if this was to be a requirement for all the 3 states, including Washington and Oregon, where they already do have this state requirement to record it on fish tickets, dealers in those states would be impacted as well. So alternative 1 may increase offload times. And as noted, having the number of halibut recorded on fish tickets for the DC halibut fishery does not have any benefit to management at this time. I also did want to touch on, there was this request that this information might be helpful to have in the future, but there is an IPHC dockside sampling program and conversion protocols that could be used if the council is wanting to look at potential number of fish landed by this DC halibut fishery. For alternative 2, this could also potentially increase offload times. But for the salmon troll fishery, this recent incidental halibut trip limit has been 35 fish. So that's really reducing the number of halibut you would be counting. And for the DC halibut fishery, as previously noted, there's no benefits to enforcement or management at that time for having number from that fishery. And for the incidental landings in the sablefish fishery, we already have this information recorded on electronic fish tickets. For the incidental landings in the salmon troll fishery, this has only really been raised as a requirement not already in place in California. And this new requirement may ease enforcing those incidental landing limits for landings in that state by making this reporting requirement more explicit. So staff are requesting that the council clarify the aim of this alternative that was added in September. Given that pounds and number of fish are already recorded from vessels in the DC halibut fishery and also vessels landing halibut incidentally in the primary sablefish fishery and vessels landing halibut incidentally in the salmon troll fishery in Washington and Oregon. Is the council intending for this to be a requirement for all of these states or just for California where we currently have this gap? So as I noted earlier in the presentation, asking you to review and discuss the information and adopt final preferred alternatives for all three actions.
Thank you, Angela, for that overview on those two reports in the briefing book. I'm going to look around and see if there are any questions. Dr. Lent.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that run through and reminder of this, this rulemaking. I'll just reiterate what I believe I said in September, which is the analysis of the cost of VMS for the A, B, and C size vessels, the smallest vessels, since the VMS is more than their gross revenue, potentially, then those vessels would actually lose money in the first year. Now that can be offset to some extent by groundfish landings if they decide to go into the groundfish fishery. But it still raises two questions. Do we know what kind of support might be available? I think the response in September was that that's limited. And also, do we have an estimate of the cost savings for enforcement by having the VMS on all of the vessels? And I know we're going to have a report from the OLE folks shortly. I was thinking about National Standard 7, but I'm busted because it's not managed under Maxson Stevens, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Angela, is there a part of that you can answer or?
Yeah, just touching on the reimbursement program that does exist from Pacific State. So most recently we've heard there is funding available, but we cannot guarantee it. There's also been other fisheries in Alaska that are now requiring VMS that are tapping into that pool of money. So I don't think that the council should make any decisions here based on the assumption that the cost would be covered.
Thank you. Further questions? Josh Lindsay.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, not a question, but maybe just to follow up on that question and Angela's response. We have received similar guidance that as this moves forward, if it moves forward, that should be the consideration, that at this point we cannot guarantee funds for any units at this time.
All right, thanks for that. Heather Hall.
Thank you. This is going back to the VMS cost comparison and the question about the cost relative to landings. And I wonder if the analysis included the idea that with VMS, these vessels could potentially start retaining groundfish, and is that cost included here?
Angela?
So yes, that would open up that opportunity for these vessels, but there would be other additional costs associated with entering into that fishery. It wouldn't just be the VMS. You know, there's other requirements to participate in groundfish. There's permits they would have to purchase. So there could be some sort of offset in that, and but I think you have to consider the other factors that the vessel participant would have to undertake.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Angela, nice job with the presentation. I had one quick question on VMS as well. One of the sub-alternatives is the ability to potentially turn the VMS unit on and off for the openers, which is different than it currently occurs, I think, for any of our West Coast VMS users. From the analysis document, it looks like you've been able to talk to some of the providers to confirm that that type of plan does exist for these participants. And I was wondering if you might be able to speak to that and if you had any details on costs associated with turning on and off, or if that is something that could be realized in terms of a provider plan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. And I think one other thing I want to touch on with the cost is those costs. I did talk to a number of VMS providers in completing this action, and another cost that is not captured here is the installation costs. VMS providers wouldn't provide me with an estimate of that because it varies extensively depending on how far the technician needs to travel, where the vessel is, the size of the vessel. So that is another cost that would add to those year one cost estimates. All three providers that I was able to ask this question to noted that they have been able to implement similar on and off systems in other fisheries, and that if this is something that the council moves forward, they would be able to implement. There is the potential that there would be an associated shut off, turn on fee. This could range from $100 to $1,000. So that is another factor that would need to be considered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Angela, for the overview. Next, we'll move into some of our reports. The first is the NIMS Office of Law Enforcement. Mr. Greg Bush is here. And Greg, as you're walking up, I see you will also be giving the enforcement consultants report following that. So wonderful. Good afternoon or evening, wherever we are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Greg Bush. I'm with National Marine Fisheries Service Office of Law Enforcement, and I'll be speaking to agenda item G2A, OLE Report 1. And this is our vessel monitoring system update. Rather than read word for word the update that I provided, I'll provide you with a summary. And in my memo, I have listed the regulation citation for the requirements for the vessel monitoring system that OLE manages, as well as a link to the current type approved VMS units for the various regions within our West Coast. Within the West Coast, we have a dozen VMS units that are currently approved. Type approval for these units does require that they meet stringent security and communication requirements, and that's also the ability to support two-way communications, as well as be tamper resistant and report power outages. Typically, that's some of those stringent requirements are what you don't see in the data loggers and the simpler store and forward or store and report type tracking systems that are in use. A significant change to the regulations that occurred since this council went through the vessel movement monitoring process was the inclusion of cellular-based systems. So within our regulations, we do now allow cellular-based systems to be evaluated and approved on a case-by-case basis. The systems must still meet the security requirements, and they must also have a store and forward capability. Under the VMM, we were looking at lower cost systems that were satellite-based, but were less secure and only supported the one-way communications, which is why they weren't allowed to be adopted under our VMS program and would have had to have been a separately managed tracking system that wasn't supported. So OLE did type approve several cellular-based systems for use in the Gulf of Mexico and down in southeast U.S. And I provided a link to the Southeast for Hire electronic reporting program and the current status of that program. There was actually a lawsuit against the program, and they're currently not being adopted due to a U.S. Court of Appeal within the Fifth Circuit decision, and they're set aside waiting for a final rule with the Gulf program. The reimbursement program for these units is less than the satellite-based systems. So for cellular-based systems, we provided a maximum $950 reimbursement compared to $3,100 for satellite systems. But the fees are lower cost. So you see a $25 to $35 per month normal usage fee for cellular-based systems compared to the $50 to $70 per month was the average comparable reporting rate for the satellite-based systems. And of course, with the dozen different providers or dozen different units, the actual cost depends on the individual fishermen and their contract they have with the service provider. I noted that this cellular-based system could be considered by the council. However, I would strongly recommend that we take a considerable evaluation of that because we have such a long coastline. There'd be a lot of areas that we would not have coverage, and we'd be looking to make sure that we had near real-time reporting of the position of the vessels from an enforcement standpoint. And that concludes my summary of my report on vessel monitoring system, and welcome any questions.
All right, let's see if there's any questions for Mr. Bush. Dr. Lent.
Just a quick one. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Would it be possible to have that type of lower cost system just for the smaller vessels who can't afford this VMS? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, Dr. Lent, thank you for the question. I'm sure that any consideration for the lower cost units could be certainly considered by the council and recommended. But at this point, though, the council has yet to approve or recommend approval of a cellular-based system.
Follow up.
Thank you. And I apologize. I probably wasn't clear. Could you have a mixed system where the smaller vessels have the cellular base and the other ones have the bigger vessels have the VMS? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, Dr. Lent, it is technically possible. That is certainly within the, we have the technology to allow us to do that. It's whether or not that would meet the requirements of monitoring the areas in the program.
Thank you. Any other questions in the Office of Law Enforcement report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. On that question about cellular coverage across the West Coast, would you expect there to be a difference in cellular coverage area blackouts or lack of access for larger vessels versus smaller vessels? Or is that, or would it be about the same?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. Regarding the coverage area for the cellular-based systems, it would not necessarily make a difference on the size of the vessel. Obviously, the location of the antenna does matter in your height of eye, but more is going to be the location of the cellular towers and the unit being able to communicate with the cellular tower, similar to VHF radio. You're looking line of sight, and we would need to have towers that are spread out across the area. And when you look at the Lost Coast in California and other areas, you have large, extensive areas with no cellular coverage. Certainly when in the metropolitan areas and nearby there, you'll have some, but when you get into the more remote areas along the coast, there would not be adequate cellular towers to support communication with vessels offshore.
Follow up, Marcy.
Yes, thank you. And regarding satellite coverage, is that near 100% or pretty reliable? No blackout areas?
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Remco, that is correct. There is near 100% coverage. It's a global, we require that it be a global system, not a geostationary satellite footprint, but to cover the globe for coverage, which Inmarsat provides, and as well as some of the low Earth orbiting satellite systems as well.
Thank you.
Any other, Mark Gorelnik?
Thank you. And thanks for the report. It's something I don't understand. Maybe because I don't understand what technology is being used for the cellular-based system. But it strikes me that even if a boat is temporarily out of cellular coverage, whatever application is running on this device can still record locations and speed and everything, and then upload that information as soon as there's a connection. And certainly there's going to be connection leaving and returning to port. So is there really a need for constant cellular coverage for this option to work?
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Groundlick, thank you for the question. That the store and forward capability does allow you to have the vessel position and receive that at a later date. However, from an enforcement standpoint, we're not able to monitor a vessel and have an aircraft, for instance, patrol an area of concern when we know that a vessel is passing through some location. So it's more of a targeting issue, targeting concerns. We lose a capability that is intended to be provided by this near continuous coverage. So it would be much less effective. And the reality, VMS in and of itself does not prove a violation. We still would have eyes on. So to be able to, it would help with targeting is what we're looking at, as well as monitoring for continuous transit and other concerns that we have within these restricted areas.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Change hats, and now we'll have the enforcement consultants report.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Greg Bush again with OLE, and I'll be reading the enforcement consultants report for agenda item G2A, enforcement consultants report on Pacific halibut management, commercial fishery measures. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with agenda item G2, Pacific halibut management, commercial fishery measures, and have the following comments. EC has made several prior statements on this topic starting in 2020, the most recent being at the September 2024 council meeting under agenda item F2A, supplemental EC report 1. Regarding G2 attachment 1, the following actions are in order of importance for the EC. Vessel monitoring system. The EC recommends that under action 1, vessel monitoring system, the council adopt alternative 1 with the following components. Component 1A, applicable waters. Require VMS on applicable vessels when fishing in the EEZ. Component 2A, VMS ping rate. Require a VMS ping rate of 4 times per hour, that is once every 15 minutes. And component 3B, VMS status requirement. VMS must be turned on in transmitting location data when fishing during the halibut open fishing period on days when participating in the directed commercial halibut fishery. As noted in previous statements, the EC is concerned with the ability to enforce closed area regulations on directed commercial halibut vessels that do not carry VMS. Currently, monitoring activity in closed areas is only possible by on-scene enforcement assets. Identifying vessels and determining whether or not gear was illegally set in a closed area is extremely difficult to detect due to the large area, limited number of patrol assets, and the fishing vessel's ability to set and recover gear undetected at night or during periods of reduced visibility. The EC requests the 15-minute ping rate for consistency purposes with the ground fish requirements. The EC would also like to note that the expansion of directed commercial halibut fishery from 10-hour openers and correcting this to 58-hour openers has extended the amount of time enforcement needs to be on the fishing grounds to enforce the area closures for vessels without a VMS requirement. Seabird avoidance measures. The EC recommends that under Action 2, Seabird avoidance measures, the council adopt alternative 1 with the following component. Component 1A applies to applicable vessels when fishing in the EEZ. Currently, only those vessels retaining ground fish are required to deploy Seabird avoidance gear. The same fishing gear is used during the directed halibut fishery, whether you're only retaining halibut or retaining both halibut and ground fish. Having vessels alongside one another in this derby fishery adds enforcement challenges when one vessel is deploying the Seabird avoidance gear and the other is not. Enforcement cannot always identify in real time whether particular vessels are solely fishing for halibut. So often, especially if patrolling by aircraft, violations are not immediately detected. Enforcement has cited several vessels during the DC halibut fishery in each of the past 3 years for noncompliance with the Seabird avoidance gear and continues to inform fishers of this requirement in a pre-season web story. Requiring everyone to conduct business the same way will likely improve compliance and eliminate confusion. Catch reporting on fish tickets. The EC recommends that under Action 3, catch reporting on fish tickets, the council adopt Alternative 2. Alternative 2, the EC recommends requiring that fish receiving tickets for landing of halibut from any commercial vessels landing halibut to include both weight in pounds and the number count of halibut landed. The EC sees value in applying this to all halibut landed, including the DC halibut fishery, but is primarily concerned with the ability to calculate ratios under the incidental salmon troll and sablefish fisheries. Federal and state regulations are disjointed in regards to halibut number accounting. This action would close this loop to create regulatory consistency, and recording the number of individual fish is critical to enforcement when determining compliance with ratios or individual fish or vessel limits. This concludes the EC statement, and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Bush on the EC report? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bush. At the beginning of the statement, it says the following actions are in order of importance of the EC. So if, say, we couldn't get all three done, that would be your, I'm assuming those would be your priority order. You would want VMS first and then Seabirds and then the fish ticket. Am I interpreting that correctly and the intent there?
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. Mattis, thank you for the question. Yes, that is correct.
Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just to ask, have you got any estimate of the potential cost savings to enforcement? You don't have to be running around at sea. You can find someone, the VMS, that goes straight to them. Is there any way to estimate the cost savings? Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, Dr. Lent, the best estimate that we have in terms of costs is either the staff cost of our hourly wages that take it, or you look at the resource costs. And we've looked at resource costs, for instance, for the Coast Guard aircraft to fly and patrol the rockfish conservation area from 4010 to the Canadian border. It costs $15,000 per hour or more for those aircraft. And so we're looking at those opportunity costs. Can we use that expensive resource to more effectively enforce other areas or other concerns that we have? So that's the best that we can do, because we're going to try and have resources either on the docks or in the air or on the water trying to enforce that. And when it comes to the larger assets, they're very expensive, and we want to try to make the most effective use of that resource.
Thank you. Asia Shamillo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And this may not be a question for you, Greg. And this may be a general question to everyone. And I joined this discussion late because I only started during the September council meeting. But I'm curious, I'm part of a fleet that does voluntary bycatch avoidance measures. It sounds like we're only dealing with 6 vessels for, and I'm talking specifically about the Seabird, avoidance measures here, but has there been any exploration of asking those vessels to voluntarily use the Seabird avoidance, the bird scaring lines that we are thinking about putting into regulation? So thank you. That might be a question to everyone.
Through the Vice Chair, Ms. Shamillo, I can't speak that we have specifically tried to target and seek voluntary compliance or voluntarily using that gear. We've been more looking at compliance with the existing regulations for those vessels that it applies to, rather than expanding beyond that area.
Thank you. Any other questions? Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg, for providing the EC report. I had one question on the streamers as well. One of the last sentence there says, requiring everyone to conduct business the same will likely improve compliance and eliminate confusion. I understand that during the halibut openers, there's an intense sort of enforcement presence during that time. I was just curious what sort of level of lack of compliance that enforcement sees with these groundfish boats that are not flying streamers outside of the halibut openers.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Lindsay. I would need to look more at the numbers. I haven't specifically looked outside of the halibut fishery. We maintain measures of effectiveness and focus on the halibut fishery for the IPHC enforcement reports, but I don't have the numbers for outside of that. I can't say it will be less of a focus, because our focus has been on the halibut fishery to hit the longliners, particularly the open access vessels that are participating. So it'll be a higher rate of what we've observed, but I can't speak to the actual numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm looking at top of page 2 in your discussion about one vessel deploying Seabird avoidance gear and other one is not, and that you can't identify in real time whether vessels are fishing solely for halibut. Maybe you can characterize for us that fishery or vessels that are participating in the directed halibut fishery, their method of fishing, their operations, traditionally using longline gear. Are they, when you look at them from the air and you see longline gear, are you telling us that you don't have any way of determining whether they're targeting sablefish or targeting halibut? Is that the primary concern?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. The concern is that we oftentimes you'll see similar type vessels. You'll see longliners that are both targeting halibut for the directed halibut fishery, but some will retain groundfish, some will not. And we can't distinguish in the air when we're overflying them whether or not they're going to be retaining groundfish. We would, unless we were hovering over the vessel, for instance, and watching their actual retrieving the gear, because we're with the Seabird avoidance gear, we're looking for setting the gear, and then we'd have to come back and watch them retrieve it. So usually we're doing a quick pass through, a quick flyby, and not maintaining a presence to be able to see not only the setting, but then the retrieval of the gear to see if they actually did retain groundfish. The follow-up that we have to do is once the vessel, if we can identify the vessel, we'll follow up with a fish ticket or have a person at the dock watch them come in to offload their catch and verify whether or not they have halibut on board. Unfortunately, with the declaration codes with VMS, if they are VMS equipped, they may or may not have said that they're only fishing for halibut or that they're fishing for halibut and sablefish and then change their mind while they're on the water and only keep halibut. We just don't know until they actually make that landing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report. Scott Hartzell. Now you get to read that G2 report. And while Scott is coming up, just note, I know we have 4 people online to provide public comment. We will get to that today, so appreciate your patience in that. And just give you the heads up that we will do that. So Scott, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Little redundancy here. Again, I'm going to articulate a prepared statement from the GAP. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Commercial Fishery Regulation Changes, Vessel Monitoring System, Seabird Avoidance, and Catch Reporting. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel discussed the 3 proposed actions under this agenda item and continues to support the alternatives and delineated in our September 2024 supplemental GAP report. While we recognize there might be a high cost for relatively few numbers of participants, the GAP believes these actions would streamline regulations. There is a high degree of overlap between the non-tribal directed commercial halibut fishery and the groundfish fishery, and these changes will benefit the broader fleet. In summary, the GAP continues to support the following actions for the non-tribal DC halibut fishery. Action number 1, vessel monitoring system. Alternative 1, require vessel or BMS on vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery. Component 1, applicable waters, A, exclusive economic zone, EEZ, convention waters of the International Pacific Halibut Commission, IPHC, area 2A, 0 nautical miles to 200 nautical miles. Component 2, BMS ping rate requirement, 4 times per hour, i.e. once every 15 minutes. B, once per hour. Component 3, BMS status requirement, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. When participating in the DC halibut fishery and fishing during an open period. Action 2, seabird avoidance measures. Alternative 1, require vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery using bottom longline gear to deploy streamer lines when setting gear. Component 1, applicable waters, A, EEZ, B, convention waters of the IPHC area 2A. For action 3, catch reporting, the GAP also continues to not see a need to include the DC halibut fishery in the alternative from our September 2024 24 statement. For the DC halibut fishery, there is no need to count the number of halibut for non-tribal DC halibut landings, as it is managed only in pounds. This will only increase the burden for processors, although likely minimal, without any management or enforcement benefit. That's it.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hartzell? Krista Svensson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Asia, I think this might get a little bit to your question, actually. When we took this up last time, the reason we had for Seabird avoidance, some vessels that were exempted was it was brought up about health and safety in terms of length of streamer lines for vessels. And I note that in the GAP report, so this is the question here coming, that we talk about the cost, but I'm curious if there was any conversation around health and safety with relation to those smaller vessels.
I wasn't aware of any consideration, but I missed the September meeting too. But there is a concern when the wind's blowing, the deterrent devices do tend to drift over the setting gear and have tangled.
Thank you. And that was not at the September meeting, just so you don't feel like you missed something. That was when this came up in the last session, probably 4 or 5 years ago. So thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hartzell, for reading the two reports. I think these are the first reports you've read for us, so appreciate you doing that. And this question may be a little out of left field, so I hope I don't surprise you with it. There's always, around this process, there tends to be discussion of workload and prioritization. Did the GAP have any discussion about the items mentioned in G1, looking at the bigger picture, commercial halibut fishery, changing the dates, incidental, compared to the items here as to which you all would prioritize if we had to choose one path or the other?
Well, yeah, we did discuss that. And I think the best case scenario would just spread out the catch and maximize the value of the fish, not try to bring it all in at once. It's a lot easier to sell in small amounts than larger amounts.
Okay, but
to make the season as long as possible, I guess.
I get that. If we as a council or NIMS had to make a priority over examining making the season longer or examining the VMS and Seabird lines, did the GAP have the discussion about which would be a higher priority? Which of those two pathways?
I don't know if they had that particular discussion, but my opinion would be to make the season longer.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the response.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Scott, for reading the report. My question is about the beginning of the report and the sentence where it says that describes the degree of overlap between the non-tribal directed commercial fishery and the groundfish fishery and the benefit that it provides to the broader fleet. And just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on that benefit.
Well, the benefit, I guess you could apply for both licenses still. So hypothetically, you could fish the incidental and the directed commercial fishery below Chehalis.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next, we'll have the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Ryan Johnson. Welcome back, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel discussed the proposed non-tribal directed commercial Pacific, the DC Halibut fishery management measures, and appreciates the opportunity to comment. The SES reiterates their comments made in June of 23 and September of 24 on vessel monitoring, Seabird measures, and catch reporting. We'd like to provide the following for consideration. Yes, with vessel monitoring systems, the SAS would support no action or status quo. The SAS opposes requiring VMS on vessels participating in the DC fishery. The salmon troll fleet sees little benefit in requiring this when compared to the cost to purchase and operate the VMS. The cost would be also significant for potential new entrants or an individual considering switching from participation in incidental troll to the DC fishery, because it wouldn't be something they're used to. Area closures are well defined and should be easy to patrol. Regarding seabird avoidance measures, the SAS supports no action or status quo. Streamlines cost money and take time to deploy, and no seabird conservation risk has been identified for the DC halibut fishery at this point. On the catch reporting topic, the SAS supports a no action status quo. The SAS opposes modification of the commercial catch reporting requirements for Pacific halibut. For the DC fishery, all the required information is already recorded, and there is no clear benefit or additional biological or fishery information that would be gained from this action. For the incidental landings in the salmon troll fishery, additional reporting requirements could add additional work, particularly on buyers. Also, incidental landings of halibut in California are very minimal. The SAS thanks the council for the opportunity to provide comments on these items.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ryan on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? I looked pretty carefully. I don't see any. Thank you, Ryan. That completes our reports and takes us to public comment. We have 4 signups that will appear on the screen before us. First will be Michelle Conrad. Michelle will be followed by Susan Barron. Michelle Conrad, good evening.
Good evening, Vice Chair Hassemer and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm speaking to the comment submitted by the American Bird Conservancy in support of Alternative 1 for seabird avoidance measures for the directed commercial halibut fishery. Seabirds are an important ecological link in coastal marine ecosystems and are strong indicators of the health of marine ecosystems, and we appreciate the council's consideration of these important fishery regulations. Even though the halibut fishery is fairly short in duration, there is still a chance for seabird interactions to occur. Based on the limited observer program coverage in the directed commercial halibut fishery in 2017 and 2018, we note that observed seabird interactions in the halibut fishery may be relatively low, but they are not zero. And streamer lines would keep any potential impacts on seabirds to a minimum. As we noted previously, the use of streamer lines is not only required for the council's groundfish longline fisheries, but this spring, National Marine Fisheries Service also proposed the use of streamer lines for any HMS longline EFPs, specifically due to their ability to reduce the likelihood of adverse impacts to seabirds. Therefore, if Alternative 1 is not adopted, then the directed halibut fishery would be the council's only exception. Not only does this present an enforcement challenge, as pointed out in the EC report, but it would also be unfair to exclude this sector when other longline fisheries are required to use streamers. We acknowledge that the promulgation of regulations for the commercial directed halibut fishery may not happen quickly, given National Marine Fisheries Service's workload considerations. But we urge the council to select Alternative 1 as their final preferred alternative, so NMFS can get these regulations into their queue. We also appreciate that the halibut fishery is one of a few remaining open access fisheries that could provide an entry point for groundfish fisheries. And while streamer lines may be closer to the lower end of fishing costs, we also understand that costs can add up. With that, American Bird Conservancy is prepared to cover the cost for streamer lines in 2025 based on the estimate of approximately 6 or 7 vessels that have fished for halibut but not groundfish in recent years to help get streamer lines deployed sooner and move the regulatory process forward. So in summary, we support the Council Select Alternative 1 for seabird avoidance measures as their final preferred alternative. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Conrad on her testimony? I see no questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
Next, we'll have Susan Barron. Susan, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Susan Barron, and I'm currently a student at Scripps Institute of Oceanography. And I come to you today to present a few comments in support of halibut and the commercial Pacific halibut fisheries. My reasons for speaking up for halibut are it's the only kind of fish I can cook that doesn't get ruined. So I really appreciate the halibut fishermen who do provide this wonderful, wonderful fish. And I would like to see it forever living in the oceans and being fishable. I'd like to address the catch reporting issue. I'm a data scientist and I've used a lot of ocean data, not fishing. I know nothing about fishing other than I like halibut. But having a hole in data is a really terrible feeling. You can't go back in time and come up with records that do not exist. You want to have all your data be similar and be usable. And having the weight and the numbers, having too much data is rarely a problem when you need it. It might be a problem when you don't need it, but when you need it, you really need to be able to get at it and use it properly. I'd also like to address, so alternative 1 and 2 were my votes there. I'd also like to address the VMS issue. Again, there should be improved data collection that with VMS providing accurate real-time data. Regulatory compliance would be also an issue, and that would ensure that fishermen comply with regulations such as fishing within designated areas, observing closed sessions, respecting marine protected zones. It can enhance the safety of fishermen because they're easy to find. And also in the future, some fisheries for sustainability require the VMS as part of the like the Marine Stewardship Council certification that require this kind of monitoring. So I think having the VMS on all the fishing boats would be beneficial. Although when I was coming up with this data, I did not realize that the smaller boats, it might overwhelm their profits. And so as technology advances, I think we're going to be able to get much less expensive VMS type systems out there. Thank you for listening, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Barron on her testimony? And I see no questions here. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ankitha Kanad, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, but can you hear us?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Ankitha Kanad, a graduate student in physical oceanography from San Diego. While I do not study birds professionally, I've been a bird watcher since I was very young, and my personal interest in them motivates my testimony today. I'd like to voice my support for implementing Preferred Alternative 1 for Action 2 of this agenda item, or more specifically the seabird avoidance measures for the halibut fishery. Several scientific studies have shown that seabirds can be important indicators of the health of an ecosystem. Long-term trends in seabird populations have also been used to assess the productivity of marine environments and their sensitivity to changes in climate, such as the El Nino cycle. Seabird populations and behavior have also been shown to have the potential to assess the health of fisheries that they also rely on. This recommended streamer line technology has been observed to be an effective solution in areas where there's been a decline in seabird populations due to bycatch. A study that looked at Alaskan longline fisheries found that there was a 77% reduction in seabird bycatch and an even greater decline in albatross bycatch, which is particularly threatened by longline fishing over the 13 years that it's been implemented. Following this discussion, I also understand the additional expense that this brings to fishing communities. Based on the agenda item G.2, it seems like this alternative requires gear that is generally long-lasting and is an expense that can be recovered. And so my vote is for this alternative as a relatively low-cost solution to reduce seabird bycatch in this region and also ensure an overall sustainable management of this ecosystem, including its fisheries. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this issue.
Thank you. I will look around and see if there are any questions for Ankita. And I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Thank you for waiting so long for that. Next, we have Kiko Loomis. Kiko.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay. Vice Chair and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Kiku Loomis, and I am also a master's student at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. First, I would like to express my support for the proposal to require streamers on hook and line gear, install VMS, and require more detailed documentation of the Pacific halibut catch. Those all seem like beneficial and reasonable rule changes, but I defer final determination to the experts. My second comment is related to a written comment by the Fishing Vessel Owners Association, which was submitted a couple of weeks ago to allow for the retention of Pacific halibut when caught in sablefish traps and pots. I was concerned to hear that there is whale depredation in the northwest corner of Washington. So the rule change that they propose may be beneficial for the commercial directed halibut fishery and avoid unnecessary whale interactions. As you are no doubt aware, for over 2 decades in Alaska, sperm whales and orca have been known to depredate Pacific halibut and sablefish from hook and line gear, interfering with the catch effort and putting whales at risk of injury, entanglement, and altering their natural behavior. As you are also no doubt aware, Section 17(1)B of the IPHC allows for retention of halibut if permitted by NOAA. I will spare you the IPCH rule statement. In 2020, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council took advantage of this regulation and issued a final rule to allow for the retention of Pacific halibut caught in pots, provided the operators hold sufficient halibut quota for the area, of course. And the goal of this rule change was to, I quote, improve efficiency, provide economic benefits for the individual fishing quota and community development quota fleets, minimize whale depredation and seabird interactions in these fisheries, and reduce the risk of exceeding an overfishing limit for any species, unquote. Adoption of this rule has reduced depredation, and innovation of lightweight slinky pots has allowed smaller vessels to switch gear with a lower capital investment. If it is the case that whale depredation is increasing or is even there at all, it seems that considering this rule change is an opportunity for the fishery, fishing fleet, and whales. Even outside of that, it seems like a useful rule change that could avoid potential whale interactions in the future, reduce discard mortality, and improve fishery management and improve efficiency for the fleet. of course, with consideration of any potential negative impacts such a rule change may introduce or other rules that this may interact with. I appreciate that I may not be aware of any potential conflicts this may represent. I appreciate all the work you do. It's late, so thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight.
Thank you very much. Let me look around and see, does anybody have a question for Ms. Loomis on her testimony? And I see no hands. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. That completes our reports, the public comment. As I said, we will come back with discussion and action tomorrow. But before you walk away tonight, I just want to look around and see if there's any brief statements anybody wants to make that they think would facilitate your work between now and tomorrow morning on this. Asia Shamillo.
Sorry, everyone. But I did want to ask Angela if I really appreciate Krista's reminder about the 55-foot and smaller, or 50. Yeah, I think it's 55-foot and lower exemption for the streamer lines. And I didn't see that in the discussion here for these vessels. And so I'm curious if we'd put the same exemption in place for anybody who would be affected by alternative 2.
So I think the idea would be to have those requirements match what are currently the groundfish requirements. So for vessels 26 to 55 feet, it'd be 1 streamer line. For vessels greater than 55 feet, it would be 2. But there would also therefore be, there's a like a bad weather exemption. So if there's winds up to above a certain level, then streamer lines would not be required to hopefully mitigate the safety concerns.
Follow up, Asia.
Thank you. And then is there information about those 6 vessels where they fall into those size categories?
I don't have that on hand, but if I can get that, I will let you know in the morning.
Okay, thank you. There's a recreational roundtable that starts here at 6, but Marcy, did you have something? I want to make sure we're.
Yeah, we have an opportunity for further Q&A tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
With that, we'll suspend action on this for today, and we will come back in the morning bright and early and start back on G2 and finish that up. Have a good evening.